You don't fall on it all day.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, I stopped collecting them all. Where's that?
Good morning.
Are we live?
We are.
Okay, it is Tuesday, May 24th at 8:30 a.m. And we are opening a session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review. We have a quorum?
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Okay, great. How are we doing for,
We have the one call in so far.
oh, you've got the number, okay.
Anybody that wants to stay? First names are Richard and Lisa.
There you go.
Which case number is this? Okay, if you want to go ahead and call them up, we can do that.
Hello, this is Richard.
Richard, hello, this is the appraisal review board calling for your protest hearing.
Yes. Thank you for calling this morning.
You're very welcome.
Okay, Richard, I got a few administrative things to cover before we get into the meat of your case. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-138, account number 67283. Richard
Yes.
and Lisa Zarnick.
Yes, they did a great job with that. Thank you.
That's
It's early for that big of a last name to deal with, but you did a good job.
Thank you. Okay, let's verify what's on the protest.
Incorrect appraised market value. Just he's only checking correct appraised market.
It should be one
Yeah,
or
it's
two.
and or.
Oh, it's Angela.
And we can talk about later whether we want to. Yeah, exactly. Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal.
Okay.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad/communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. And this survey is voluntary. And since I don't expect you to have remembered that URL, it will be included, or it is included in the determination package that will be sent to you after the hearing.
All right, thank you.
You do have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with the determination package that you'll receive after the hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material must be provided. All written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important. Do we have all of your evidence that you'll be addressing at the hearing today?
I didn't submit any direct evidence other than just questioning the evidence you provided. I just questioned, I guess, is it called market value and appraised value, those two numbers?
Yeah,
I
okay.
think I showed.
All right.
I just really want to appeal, or I guess, is that the right word, or protest those two numbers being high?
Okay, we'll
Is that
get
correct?
we'll get into those details in a minute. Just want to make sure you didn't have any other pictures or documents that you needed as submitted as evidence, and that's fine.
Thank you. No.
The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with other person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and since we do have a signed and notarized affidavit from you, I'm assuming that you understand you are under oath.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the United States District is true and correct.
Was that a question I couldn't quite hear?
That's okay, that was the district representative swearing in, no problem.
Okay.
Okay, Richard, I need to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board.
No, I do not.
Okay, that's fine. It's just a question we have to ask everybody. Do you have a copy in the package that was sent to you of a page that is titled the hearing procedure times?
I have a notice of protest hearing I'm looking at that was I printed off, and let me look here. And I'm also looking at the comp of sales grid that was online.
There should be a.
Yeah, I see it, got it.
Okay, so what you'll see on that page is that there are two ways the hearing can run. One is if you present first, or the second is if the district presents first. You need to make a choice which you would like.
You probably can't give me guidance on that. What would you prefer?
It probably doesn't make a lot of difference, but at the same time, you do have to make a choice.
I'll go first and just start there. I just feel.
Okay, hang on.
For me.
Yeah, we're gonna introduce our secretary. She'll tell you what time you have available.
At this time, Richard, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and you'll get some additional minutes as we go through the hearing. Okay, so you have 5 minutes starting now.
All right, I'm protesting our property at 405 Bell House Way. I feel the market value and the appraised value of the 427,960 is overstated. The piece is that when we purchased the property as well, there was furniture that was included within there. So that was included in some of the sale price, and I'm not sure how you got the sale price that's listed at 422,060. And then in comparison to other properties in the neighborhood, some of them are more square feet and they're listed at a lower market value on the report. And I'm not sure how you came up with all the other market values. So as I stated in my appeal, I believe a fair value would be the last year's value. I believe it's 389.00 or something close to that. I don't have it in front of me. But anyway, that's really the main pieces there I wanted to put forth. And I wanted to see, it seemed like it has gone up quite a bit year over year. And I think it's overstated. So that's kind of my case there.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to add at this time?
I do not.
The district now has 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes for their presentation. So they have 7 minutes.
Richard, I have a question for you.
Yes,
So the 389, the previous year value of 389, that's, you think it should still be at 389?
that's what I put forth. I'd be willing to listen to it increasing slightly, but going all the way up to the 427,960 is a growth increase, which I don't believe I'll be able to accurately get that money out of the house. So
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Gotcha. All right, we're gonna go through.
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We're gonna go through the district's evidence here and just look at a few things. Cell House, if you're not familiar with it, is on the north side of town on heading towards Contiki and Live Oak Point tracks. And
Yes,
it, as the owner said, the previous year value is 389. We have a value of, what do we have, 427 in 2022. So if we look at the sales grid, both of these, both sales and equity are going to be under protest today. The first comp is the subject that sold in February of 21. The homeowner said he didn't know how we got the 422,060, so I want to tell you guys how we got that. The appraisal district is, you may already know this, but the appraisal district does not have MLS data. So we develop a percent of list where we figure out what percent of list residential properties sell for and what percent of list land sells for. And it's really not that hard. It's not that hard to do that. Why do we do that? Because just because we have don't have MLS data, that's not an excuse that we can just tell the state, hey, we can't get numbers right because we won't have a login, so please don't study us. So we have to try. And what we feel like is if you don't have an MLS login, your next best way to do it is to figure out what percent of list things sell for. We did that. The state studied us and found us to be 96% accurate doing that. So, but it is going to provide us opportunities to be wrong, right? Because it's still just math. Yeah, we could be wrong. And we find out sometimes we are. So the comp number 2 is 413 Cell House Way. This sold in June of 21. This is a verified residential sale for 471. It is 1,872 square feet. The subject is 1,890. Of course, they're basically all built pretty close to the same time frame. Land value is the same. It's a very, very small adjustment. But it says that comes out to 466. Comp number 3 sold in June of 21. This is unverified. We think it was 517,655. And this is a larger unit. And it comps out to 518. Comp number 4 sells in March of 21. It's a smaller unit, sells for 293,500, comps out at 391. The median value with 4 comps is 444. On the equity grid, you guys know this, they're not sales, these are just other, they can be sales, but they're being studied in a way as, are we doing anything to this account that would show up that we're almost like ticking on something. It should show up in here that we're putting adjustments into an account and we're doing something to make somebody higher than their neighbors. It should show up in here in a drastic way. Or any other kind of adjustment in an account that would make somebody out of balance with their neighbors. So the first one is 413 Cell House Way. Everything in here is the same class. This is roughly the same square footage. Comes out to 427.2. 110 Cell House Way, roughly the same square footage. Comes out to 431. Again, these are all going to be pretty close. If you look at comp number 3, it's a little bit smaller. Comp number 4, a little bit bigger. Adjustments are made. All of that comes out to 429, 494. these kind of grids can spoil you because everything in here has so much similarity to it. You can see these adjustments, even though we're talking about $400,000, we're only having to move around 9, 10, in one case, $23,000 to provide a comp. And that's just because the congruency in cell house is just, it's really similar. Everything is real similar. So that's our data. We comp out on sales at 444. We comp out on equity at 429. That's all I got.
All right, Richard, you have 2 minutes to ask Ray questions and to cross-examine them, and 2 minutes for a rebuttal. So you have 4 minutes.
Yeah. You ready now?
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The 413 House Way, if I look at the map, I believe that's just right across they have a little boardwalk there from my house. And we knew the people, and we had originally considered buying that property, but I don't remember that selling on 6/29 of 2021 last year. I believe it just recently sold this year. So I guess that confuses me a little bit with the timeline here on using that. And then I know in the there's been a lot of craziness with the price of housing up and down. And I think the list prices will vary quite a bit. So I guess using that as an indicator, percent of list as a determining factor, to me is a little bit, at least in this case, because of the inflated values, can be problematic with actually reflecting the price of the homes. So those would be my pieces that would be concerned with my property still being overvalued at the set amount of 427. And that's my closing statement there.
District has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I have any rebuttal. I'm happy to look at the sale at 413 if the board wants us to. There's no problem there. As to the percent of list, like I said, we were studied by the state, and the state used MLS against our percent of list and found us to be 96%. And so we very rarely have a problem with it. But when we do, we admit to it, we change it. It's not a problem. We actually love the data. We would rather have someone tell us. And every time we can change something from unverified to verified, we're happy to do it.
Your contention, or one case you raised was count number 2 of 413 Salehouse Way, is that correct?
Yes.
We can pull that up and look at it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Scott, if you want to put that 413 over on the screen here, so everybody can see it, and let's just go through that account. Take a look and see, make sure that it's sold, and find out why we think it's verified.
The only reason I say that is we go up there and we see it was Don and Amy, I forgot their last name. And I saw them last year kind of working on their property. So I don't remember it selling, and maybe there's a chance we don't always see one another. So, but I'm pretty sure when I was talking to the head of our HOA, I thought it sold in February this year. And it's being listed again for sale.
This, open that up again, Scott. The cell is, Scott, can you hold on a second? Can you go up a little bit? The deed date is 6/29/2021. And this is the seller telling us the data. The seller's telling us the sell price is $471 minus $10,000 for personal property. So you could say that the sub price is 461. Some people would say that. I would say that this is more than likely very inaccurate.
It's a guesstimation.
It's a guesstimation. I would say that if it's an 1,800 square foot condo, I guess I doubt that it only had $10,000 worth of furniture in it. But they're just, these are always just thrown in there unless there's itemization. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so yeah, that's the data we have.
It was the owner telling you that, correct?
Yeah, it
Or is
was the seller, Richard. It was the seller that gave us the info.
Okay, well, I'm not in their business. It just seemed kind of,
Yeah. No, it's okay. We understand. I mean, and it's, I get it.
Richard, you have a minute for protest or closing, anything else you want to add?
well, I appreciate y'all's service in our community and, thank you for listening to me today. I would be open to some sort of mediation from that number there, 427,960, but I still see that as inflated. I see our housing bubble and kind of escalated pricing is starting to flatten as we kind of recover. So I still see it high where it's listed. So I would like to consider somewhere between the 389 is what I mentioned, and I'd be open to any kind of settlement.
Okay, thank you. District, you have 1 minute?
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, then, Richard, the ARB now has 5 minutes, which you'll be listening to discuss your protest.
Okay.
When did you purchase this home?
226, 221, so February of last year.
Are you willing to share what you paid for it?
The, I'm going from memory here. It did come furnished, so, you know, it was less, I don't remember exactly. So it was, when we consider furniture and all that, it would be less than the number you're mentioning.
Like, give us an estimate of what that might be.
I overpaid time.
Excuse me?
I felt like I overpaid more than I wanted at the time. I think when we actually bid on the 413 South House Way, I think we offered them somewhere less than the number you were mentioning for me at the time when we purchased our property. And it was also furnished at the time. So fair market value would have been, you know, $399 or something like that.
So, just so I'm confused myself, are you saying you paid less than 427 furnished?
I believe so. I don't want to be detailed on that because I don't have the raw figures and I'm under oath.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's a great answer. I mean, really, that's an honest answer.
Yeah.
And Richard, you know, it's an answer you don't even have to give anyways, right? You know that.
Okay,
It's.
and I know you're trying, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
The district's figure is equity in North Road. They're as the price of value add. Certainly don't see going back to last year's price.
Is there a,
No value.
I don't either, going back to last year's price. But I'm feeling that maybe we could reduce it from what we have here. The 427,960, maybe to what did I come up with? A $25,000 increase rather than the 38,858. That's just increase
From
from last year.
The 389.
That's, so if I could just get this to work, I could come up with that number.
I think that's
414.
Yeah, 414,380, you know, I don't know, that's just my thoughts on this.
I think 25,000 is low. Steve. Would be
Steve,
okay. Yeah, that would be okay. I mean, the figures do bear out the value. It's just we don't know what we paid for it or, you know, it's furnished or, so,
10,000.
Yeah, I think 25 is pretty.
Steve,
Steve.
okay,
I would be 15 or 20.
okay. I could go with that.
Let's do 15. What do you think?
15 off the 427.
Yeah, 15 off the
404, 380.
40308.
Uh-huh,
30.
380.
30.
380. Yeah.
We're going to make a motion regarding your protest.
Okay,
Regarding account 2022-35, I'm sorry, case ID number. Account number, I'm reading the wrong one, excuse me, we'll start over here. Account number 2022-138, account number 67283, addressing incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding median level appraisal. The district feels that fair reduction in the value of the property would be $15,000, bringing the new noted value at $404,380.
Second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, so the motion carries. So Richard, do you understand what we just did?
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So so I heard 404, 380 is the new value. Is
That's,
that correct?
that's correct.
Is that the market and appraised value?
The answer is yes.
It addresses, yes, both of them.
Okay. All right. What do I need to do to accept that?
It is accepted based on our ruling. I say accepted. We have ruled to implement that adjustment, and you will receive an order, a determination order, which documents that information. And it should
Okay.
take place by the district will implement that.
Well, thank you so much. And I don't need to do anything else other than complete the survey.
That'd be great, thank you.
Well, again, thank you for your service and appreciate your time this morning.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to make sure I'm recording
All right.
the right number. Can someone repeat what that number is?
404,000.
Anything else I need to do?
No, sir. What are you just hung up on?
All right.
404, 404,380.
Thank you.
Right, we have one in person when you're ready. In person. It is 202280.
20228.
Oh, it's 2022-80.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm not sure which one.
Case 80. Did you find it?
No, we have to go back again. Maybe what?
Very first one.
We all right?
Good.
Okay, so we are commencing a hearing On case ID 2022-80, account number 19451. Andreas and Alicia, did I get that right? Okay, Gonzalez. This hearing is being recorded. And let's verify what is under protest.
The protest is 2122, correct appraisal market value and appraisal exceeding the value of the appraisal.
Okay, thank you. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form, which happens to be here immediately, and either turned in here or emailed to cpa.texas.gov, or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, and that URL, if you were going to use that afterwards, is also referenced in the determination package that you'll receive after the hearing, returned to you in the mail. You do have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you in that determination package that you'll receive. In accordance with Texas Tax Code, Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So this is important. We have all of your evidence that you're going to be using. Okay, that's great. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of Tax Code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be sworn in now.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
State your name, please.
Alicia Gonzalez.
I request to do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you. I need to ask whether or not you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board. You just have to ask that. All right, here you'll see that there's the procedure times that we'll be following during this hearing. There are two columns. One is if you go first, the other is if the district goes first. You get to make the choice of who goes first. Okay, fine.
Did I get picked?
No.
She did.
You have 5 minutes to start with, and you'll get additional time later.
So the subject property is 211 South 3rd Street. And that's our property. It was built in 1961. We bought it about a year and a half ago, and we paid $195 for it. We included appliances, electronics, and furniture. And
Sorry, you said it did include those.
the appraisal district has the living area higher than what I believe it should be. It's got a loft that was added. We have the original floor plan from when it was built, and there wasn't a loft, and I guess somebody did some renovations and added a loft, but it doesn't really have a high enough ceiling area, so the building inspector said it's not considered, I guess, a habitable room. So I think the livable area should actually be 1,060. And then I pulled out 3 comparables, and they're all like on our block. And so the first one is 302 Palmetto Avenue. And that's probably the most comparable. It was built in 1954, and it's got the same type of exterior concrete block construction as ours. It's bigger, it's been updated, and it has the two-car garage, which we don't have. And that one's appraised at 206,050. Then we have 203 South Third Street. That's on our same block. That was built in 2019, and it's about the same livable area. And that one's, and it's brand new, it's pretty new, and it's updated, and that's assessed at 161,200. And then we have another one right across the street from us, 208 South Third Street, built in 1965, so comparable date. That's frame construction rather than concrete block. But that one's a little bit smaller, and that's appraised at 123,60. And so I think ours is overvalued.
Is there anything else you want to add?
I think that's it.
So do you have an opinion of value that you'd like to?
I don't think it should be over 200,000 for sure, because the one that's the most comparable on our block, which is larger with the two-car garage, is valued at 206,050. Ours is quite a bit smaller. That one has little livable area of 1623. Ours is a lot smaller than that, and we only have a carport, so I think for sure under 200,000.
Okay, Ray, District, you have 2 minutes cross-examination and 5 minutes presentation.
A lot thing, it's air conditioned, right?
There are vents that they added that blow down to like the main area, and then 2 that are on the bottom of that loft area.
Okay. It has sheetrock.
It has paneling.
It has flooring.
It has
It
flooring.
has a normal staircase, or is it a
Spiral.
spiral staircase? It's an A-frame house. Everybody in here is familiar with an A-frame house.
Mhm.
When you're using the word loft and you're using the word ceiling in an A-frame house, is there something different about this than what we all know to be true about the top of an A-frame house? Meaning the walls are right here, ceiling is right there. Is there something different about this loft?
I think because the ceiling height is not the required 7 foot 6 inch height for a habitable room is what the inspector said, so it's not really
Yeah,
usable living area. It was more something that they added just for,
yeah.
to make it look good, but it
You know,
wasn't there in the original plan. Cause I have those blueprints.
Ms. Gonzalez, the thing about that is, this is gonna sound really blunt or whatever, but the inspector's words mean very little to me about whether it's usable. Where there's a will, there's a way type of thing. And so my thinking is whenever you bought it, whoever marketed it, they marketed it at whatever square footage they could get. And if I was owning that house and was gonna sell it, that's what I would do.
Right, well, they were asking for more and we brought that to their attention. We said it's not a habitable room, and so we asked for money off.
And so therefore you don't use it?
No, not really. There's nothing up there to really use it for.
Okay, can you stand up there? Or can you-
Yeah, in the center part,
Listen,
but not, not very far from the center.
which is typical of an A-frame second floor.
Yeah, I think normally they build something, like this wasn't built
This was
originally to
built
have a lot.
afterwards, right? I
Yeah, so
understand.
it wasn't like.
That's why there's a spiral staircase and
Mhm.
not a regular staircase. I understand that, yeah. Okay, that's, the only other thing that I would just throw in with your data there is when you're deriving that per square foot value that you were looking into, were you dividing square footage into total value or square footage into total value less land?
I did the total value, because they all have the same exact lot size.
Okay. But maybe different values.
I wouldn't think the land would be different if it's all on the same block with the exact same
Same street and all
layout,
that,
same
okay.
street, yeah. So,
Um, The only thing I would throw out there is that when you do math that way, we're not accounting. for
Yeah,
something.
I don't see, I just kind of threw it in there, it wasn't like,
Okay.
I feel like you have to stick to that.
Well,
It was just-
and there's
Just
no
to give
reason,
me an idea. of
there's
what-
no reason to not do it that way. For most people, it's just appraisers.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
All right, so we'll go to the CAD's evidence. This house is on Third Street in Rockport, but it's in that part of Rockport that if you drive north on Third Street, you end up in Fulton, right?
Mhm.
It's that part of town, so it's, maybe you would think of it as behind the courthouse, but to the north. But then, what's that Tacklettown area? You're starting to
Oh, yeah,
you're
okay.
starting to move into Fulton, are you in Rockport, are you in Fulton type of thing, and it's always surprising to find out which one you're actually in. Now you're like, oh, how did I get to Rockport? I thought I was in Fulton type of area. All right, so this first comp here is 113 Palmetto Avenue in the sales grid. This is a 1,500 square foot house that sold in February for $270. Lots of adjustments, lots of differences between these two houses, not to mention there's a huge adjustment in the land. $60,000 adjustment downward in the land, comping this house out at 178. The next one's on Sixth Street, 332, sold in December of 21. Same size, basically the same class, nearly the same land, comps out at 252. Again, a lot of adjustments are being made. There's a lot of differences in the contributory items. You'll see that the comps have more stuff going on their land. They have more porches and decks and sheds and carports and all of that's having to be removed. Comp 3 is, where is this at? 301 South 4th Street. This is a 237 sale in December for 1,000 square feet, comes out at 221. Less adjustments, and then the last comp there is definitely less adjustments. It's 309 Laurel. Sells for 215 in December of 21. It's about 300 square feet smaller, comes out at 212. Of all the comps that we threw in here, I'd have to say that the best comp, sometimes it's fun to do that. What's the best comp? It's probably comp 4, which is kind of funny because the first comp was supposed to be the best comp. And in this case, the first comp is probably the worst comp, and I'm the one that made the grid. So, oh, there's another comp. Hold on, goodness gracious. 5 comps. 2004, 204,000 sales on Broadway. Again, these things are all over the place over there. Class 3, class 4 homes selling. This is a high turnover area. Equity. So let's look at equity. What do we have? Class 4, first 2 comps, class 4, 1,500 square feet, a little bit, well, about the same. Then comp 2 is a little bit smaller, but newer. Quite a bit newer. That there. So we got 218 comping out on one, 207 comping out on the other. Comps 3 and 4 in equity, both class 4 homes. One's a little bit larger, one's smaller. Yada, yada, yada. Comes out at 210. You'll notice we're below we are below by $2,000, but we are below on the equity. It's kind of a fun thing to do here. I think when I look at these, what I would say if we were just running in an informal way is I would eliminate comp number 2 out of the grid. And then you're gonna pick the middle between the next 3 comps. So our real indicated value would be 213. 213. So we're I just was gonna do that because that one comp is a 2018. So if we threw it out, our indicated median value would be 213. But our median value is 210. So it's better just to go with that.
So I don't. We have 2 minutes to cross-examination and for cross-examination, 2 minutes for rebuttal, so 4 minutes.
I think I like my comp one better. I think it's the most comparable. It's right there by our house. Built same kind of construction around the same year. I think that's, and then the other two are right on the street and they're all appraised a lot lower than ours. So I think those are very comparable properties because they're right there.
I was just trying to make sure if that's, we have 203 third and 208 third and 3, that she has 302 Palmetto, 203 third, 208. I don't think so, but I just wanted, I thought I would check just in case, because wouldn't that be nice? If they overlap, it doesn't look like. We have 206 third in our equity grid. We have that one comping out at 207. It's a class 4. It's a little bit larger. Almost.
Swimming pool?
Yeah.
That's the one with the swimming pool?
I have no idea. No swimming pool. At least we don't have a swimming pool.
What's the address on
206 South Third Street. So it's a very similar thing. It has a second floor. I think. Well, it has an underneath. It's not, but it's essentially the same. And the adjustment's only a $7,000 adjustment. Let me just throw this out there. The district's fine if we want to use that 207 out there. I mean, that's not a problem. So.
That's what I'm trying to do. Where are you?
I'm done. I'm done.
Anything else you want to add?
So yeah, I think still I would like to look at that comp one that I said at 302 Palmetto, if that's appraised at 206050. And it's larger with a 2-car garage, I feel like probably shouldn't be anywhere close to that.
It was my fault.
We can look at that.
Yeah, let's take a peek at that. Scott, can you pull up Picto on that? It's
8820332.
pictometry, I said Picto.
Is it okay if we say we're transitioning into y'all's time?
Yes.
They both concluded, so
So let's at least be on a time.
Yes.
Tell us what we're looking at, Scott. Is that it?
That's it right there.
Okay. Change the view from the,
Zoom out.
yeah, give them a different view there.
And zoom out.
All right.
Close your little thing and make your whole screen.
That's the one you're talking about.
And then
Where is your house?
Yeah, where's your-
19451 next to the big open lot.
19.
Two down to the left.
Oh. She had a bigger piece of property.
No, it's the same exact.
Really?
property. The house is a lot bigger on theirs. I take up most of their lot.
Scott, we probably need to look at that account too, other than just the roof.
See that.
They're both the cinder block construction on the bottom.
It's 1,500 square feet with a garage.
It's like 16, 20,
Oh.
16, 23. plus a
Oh,
garage.
nice, nice. Scott, go to, hold on. Look. This is gonna be world class annoying. If you notice the subject owner's property card, you will notice that this is being her property is being adjusted at 1.55, 155%. This was a split See that number up there is very large? When this was split out, the neighborhood wasn't added. So this is an error in appraisal. She found it. This real number, whoa, go back. Good for you.
It's only one though.
149,800 times 1.55 plus 56,250. They should be at 288,440.
This one,
Because of adjustment. So just let me be clear about how this happens. This is a split. So it's a larger piece of land gets split into two. When that happens, the characteristics have to be brought over so that this doesn't happen. When this was brought over, the neighborhood adjustment was not added. If you look at the property owner's card, hers says 155%. Because everybody around her says 155%. Or some number, maybe it's 140. But I mean, there's a neighborhood adjustment on her card. This in the split was not done right. So it stands out like a sore thumb. Yeah.
And that's all Spanish business.
Yeah, and it should have been 288. Yeah.
you're right, thanks.
I hope nobody in here is Georgette and Dennis somebody.
So what is being split or? how do they-
Wow.
The land was split. The land was split, like they had two lots together and then they split it out. And when we did the work of that, we didn't.
This is only one lot. And this.
Well, at one time, it was more than one lot.
Right, but this particular is only the same lot. I mean, this can't have been split. Maybe you split out other property from
We split
this.
it off of it.
Yeah, but not like what here. It's the same land
The
acre.
real,
as ours.
the real point is that there's a neighborhood adjustment that did not get applied, irregardless of the split.
If you look at the properties around here, they're all gonna have a neighborhood adjustment.
Yeah. So
So
unfortunately,
does our stuff in here?
Yes.
yes, yours does,
So this person is.
at least this year. Yeah.
I mean, they have another, there's another property under their name, then that's just land then?
Or they've sold it off. Oh, this right here, see Smith Wind bought this. This was, see, this has been, work has been done here. This right here has been separated from this and this house was built. So this lot was built. I think this was a flip. at
Well,
one
that's why they're
time.
comparable, is the one
Is
next.
Smith,
Mhm.
Ray, here's your neighborhood code that you were looking for,
there's the neighborhood code. right
and you can go to any other one and
All right. And let me ask you a quick question. You do have a fireplace? No fireplace. What's the effect of the fireplace on the roof?
Some, 1,500.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, yeah. I don't know if there used to be or what, but yeah,
Yeah, they used to
1,500.
be.
Okay.
So the equity grid, 210 is lower, 210, so it at least needs to be used for that.
Yeah,
I want to take the fireplace on the addition.
yeah, so I'm, at least in my mind, I was, looking at her comparables as well, her comps. I was in the range of 204 to 206. And I know 207 was when the district had one of her comps that the district didn't have a big issue with using that. I backed it down just a touch myself in my mind because of the unlocked.
No, the best comp was 200. That base addition.
Okay, so again, I still came down just a touch because of the loft effect. Oh, 204, I said 204 to 206. I kind of like 204, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
All right.
All right, case ID 2022-80, count number 19451. Addressing incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding the appraisal. ARB, I've listened to discussions on both sides. Like to reduce the value of the property from 212, 720, 200, 2,000, 4,000.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so the motion carries. So you understand what we did? Okay, and you will receive the determination package in the mail, which documents all
Who seconded that motion?
that. That was taken, Joanne.
Joanne.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Have a good day.
So then just for it,
We're gonna do for that submission here.
between living in Fulton, living in Rockport.
It depends on the neighborhood. So, I mean, there is granularity in how the neighborhoods are chosen, laid out. And, yeah,
This is a different market value assessment.
Yeah, because I was always cheaper to live in
One
Fulton.
search.
good morning.
You wanna go ahead and set that?
Generally may not be.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, we are, and the way that last week's agenda was written, it was tabled for the ARB submission. I've got your ARB submission here. And so if you hit back on your tablets, you'll see under item number 3, submission of appraisal records. It's a ARB capture. Essentially, basically, what this is telling you, hey, these are the protests we have received, and either we have dealt with them in a settlement, or you are going to consider them. And so we did an ARB capture as of this morning, so that you can have that record. And I'm gonna pull that up. Scott, if you'll go under the Amazon Drive. I'm going to hand this document over for it to go into your safe. This is the 2022 appraisal submission. It has today's date on it.
Okay, let me ask real quick, Mike. There is still the potential for a few more protests?
Absolutely, yeah, there's, so the ARB capture cannot occur on properties that have not been noticed. It's not possible within the system. So even in the report today, you'll have a total number of properties, and then you'll have another one that says under review, and that'll have a number of properties, a different number of properties. That number, both of those numbers will change, because in the second set of notices that we're going to push out later this week, some of those people will protest, and that number we'll do another capture for those properties, and then we'll submit another, we'll give you another report.
Right, I was thinking more of, when is the deadline for people to submit their protests?
It's 30 days after we submit the notice.
In reality, Wednesday, tomorrow?
For the majority of the people, it's tomorrow.
You said there was a fair number that didn't get noticed.
Okay, 26, roughly 26,000 people got their notices. We roughly have 1,100 properties that people say want to protest in our hands for. That answer your question?
Sort of, I was just wondering, there may be a few more protests that come in the next day or two against the original 26,000.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just, not a big deal, I just.
Oh, yeah, you're trying to get a sense of where you are. Like,
Yeah.
in
So you're gonna come back around to deal with some of these that are still under review, as well as any stragglers in the next day or so.
They'll absolutely, I mean, anybody that hands us a protest, it absolutely gets put into the system. It changes the total number of properties that would be under review at that point. So even in the next 5 days, it's gonna change. But then after we send that next set of notices out, it's gonna change again. It's
Yeah.
gonna increase the number of properties that are gonna be under consideration for you as the appraisal review board. Just know that every protest that we have, we either have one of two things. We have your order, or we have our settlement. That's the only way it goes away, or we have a withdrawal from your property. So when we get a piece of paper in from a person that says, I want to protest, it only goes away one of three ways. 4 ways. Online acceptance, we put out an offer, they accepted. Settlement, which is an agreement between an in-house or on the phone settlement between the district and the property owner. A withdrawal in writing, like they're actually withdrawing the protest, or your order determining protest, which is what you do. And so with that, submission of appraisal records, if you'll go underneath that section, there's two documents.
The first one, the ARB capture.
Yeah, it's number, it says 333, yeah, ARB capture after,
After freeze?
and you do the after.
Oh, after, okay.
Yeah, just the top one.
All right.
And you'll notice that that's like 100 and something pages. What's important for you to understand is that you see that big number, 28,622, that's not under review. So meaning there's a whole bunch of people that did not protest. But then if you continue on, if you look under review, which is the, I think it's the second page, it says under review. Yeah, second page. You see 1,095 property counts up top left on the second page, which is actually page 3.
Okay.
Page
okay,
3.
page
It's
three.
actually page 3 on your report. Do you see at the top left where it says 1,095?
Right.
So in answer to your question, Scott, we've had 1,095 people hand us things that are still under consideration. Meaning that we've already settled some before you've ever heard it, but you still have 1,095 that either we have to deal with or you have to.
Oh, wow, okay.
And so this is what it is in a nutshell. So, with that, I'm going to read, and I read this into the record every year. I, Michael Soto, Chief Appraiser for the Aransas County Prison District, do solemnly swear that I've made or caused to be made diligent inquiry to ascertain all property in the district subject to the appraisal by me, and that I've included in the record all property that I am aware of at an appraised value determined as required by law. And I'm signing that.
We don't have to approve that.
You do, but it has to be signed by the chairman and with a date. You have to do a motion to either accept my submission or reject my submission. I'll answer any questions. You haven't seen this before. It's basically a report that says you have 28,000 and change that is not under review, you have 1,095 that are under your consideration. I described the process by which those go away or are determined. They're either determined by us whenever we talk to citizens, or they're determined by you whenever you hear a case.
We need a motion. I'll make a motion to accept submission of 22 appraisal records from the Aransas County Appraisal District as presented by Michael Soto, the Chief Appraiser.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so that motion carries.
And who seconded that?
Ron.
Thank you.
You signed the date.
I didn't date it. The date appears to be associated with the notary. I'm reading this.
Yeah, you passed out. I don't remember.
I've seen,
Yeah.
yeah,
Not the dates.
thank you.
Beth knows.
I got this.
And the biggest thing on this under review, if you'll notice on page 3, this is when we start whittling this number down. So you see the assessed value under review represents 9.13%. So we're just starting the season, basically. You're in day 2 of your proceedings right now. That number has to be less than 5%. Remember that, Scott and Kathy?
Yes.
That's really the proof of the pudding before I can actually certify the role to the entities. And I don't know how much.
What would that 5% number be?
It represents a number like, if you thought about it as a pie, the whole pie is 100%. The 5% or less has to be the value that's attributed by properties that are still under protest by the time that we certify, which is July 25th. So we've got the whole month of June, most of the month of July. In fact, 2 months from tomorrow is what we've got to work that number from 9% down to 5%. And I will tell you, from last year's comparison to what we have in our hand thus far, we're looking pretty good, because that number used, at the time we started, it was like 16% or something like that. And so this, yeah. So the value attributed is only 9%. I feel very comfortable with this number to get this, meaning that either we'll have conversations that we'll do settlements, or you'll hear cases and that number will go down. Every day that number goes down, that percentage goes down, because you're hearing cases. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Any other questions for me? Scott?
No, sir.
All right. And I don't think there's anybody else until 10, right?
Yeah, no, we're done with 8:30 done. We already checked in at 10. I don't know if you want to take a break.
So 8:30 is done.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, sure.
I do have a question about an account on the 10 docket. I just need y'all to approve or deny the request that it was not told to us that they want to do it by the phone, but they just sent in an affidavit saying they would like to do it by the phone today. Since it is less than
It's
3
less than
days,
3 days.
we just need y'all to say yes or no.
That's good.
Thanks.
There's no big
Yeah, I
issue.
figured that, I know.
Yeah, I understand.
Procedure wise.
Yes.
No one's here.
Yeah, we need to, I need to do a little more checking with the district. You know, one of the things that we added last year was to verify exactly what was being protested. Yeah, exactly. And in the past, we had to be a little more precise because there were 2 separate entries, one for market, one for equity. And we just had to, you know, if they, in most cases, check both, okay? But if they only check market, then we couldn't hear evidence about equity and rule on it. Now that they combined that, it's less precise, and we may not need to actually go through the extent of dealing with that. The district found it
in terms
helpful.
of saying what we're questioning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Unless there's other or some other ag issue or something else. I think maybe it's still good to say.
Okay, I'm fine with leaving it the way it is. It's just,
But I didn't realize it because I went through it so fast.
No, it caught me the other day as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Time.
It is 9:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm trying to stay away.
Melted in our coffee. Anyone else want coffee? Rob, would you like some?
Shot, please.
Shot.
A shot, okay.
Yes. And all the attitude you can find. No.
That's a big shot. Is that enough?
Well,
Look at it and see.
No, that's fine.
That's okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. That's a double shot there, Rob.
You know, some of these packages these days, you cannot open.
I know, you have to give it to a child to.
Those are
That's
diet,
right in the
those are
center.
diet.
Well, and I can get into my myth problems faster than I can get into the, it's not just these, it's all kinds of
Everything.
things you can't get.
I know.
I've tried knives, I've cut myself.
And the lids on jars, they're putting them on so tight.
Yeah, let me put those
My wife brings it to me here.
black things on top of those, they're all, you're gonna kill up.
I get a knife, but I just almost cut myself on that.
No, it's crazy. I do have a knife
Like
if
this
you need
little
it.
mark, you think, what did you pick up?
There's a knife if you need it.
There you
Oh,
go.
I'm deadly with those things. I couldn't do it.
You'll do a good job.
That's I'm putting out one for later.
You can eat just one.
It's a love-hate relationship, right?
We're just trying to be where it should be.
Yep.
Oh.
We love them if it's low and hate them if it's hot. I can't see. Yes. I use the same
The
radar.
other day, so much of it all went south to this Corpus, we got a lot of it.
Oh, I know it did.
When we got in the radar, it was like, here's Rockport, and it was all going like right up here.
It's south of us, it's kind of southeast, southwest of us, but it's moving to the northeast, but it's dissipating.
Yeah, it is.
Shoot.
It's at Kingsville, going through Corpus and just getting weaker
Right
every.
around us.
Mhm.
Metamorphosis is getting nailed.
Yeah, that's out in the Gulf,
Yeah.
Brownsville. South Padre Island, it's headed up that way, but it's moving around. Mhm.
I'm surprised the city doesn't put some rationing. Yeah, for war and war.
Yeah, I've been waiting.
Yeah, what it looked like this,
Mhm.
front new, this went south. Houston's been here, right? It came around us and then went back up again. It's really annoying.
It's a tail to that low pressure.
They probably still have, because we had so much rain last year. Is that the reason why still the reservoirs and that were full, so, or not full, but.
They
Got
help a
enough rain
lot.
last year, so.
They're draining fast.
What's that? I'm sorry.
The reservoir levels.
Oh, yeah.
I've noticed the lakeside.
A lot of that heavy rain wasn't in the watershed too,
Yeah.
you know. Joe Canyon should have been overflowing, but it wasn't, because it wasn't in their
It
shed.
wasn't.
Theirs is moving the river up, you know.
We don't get just a regular rainstorm anymore. I mean, it's violent, or thunder and lightning, wind. It's like,
We've had so much into the wind this year.
yes.
But in a way, it's kept it cooler because you can have
It's
that.
outside work. That's how.
It's unbearable if that wind's not blowing.
Oh, God. When I first moved here from Louisiana, I remember saying, my God, it's so windy. We would have been batting down the hatches in Louisiana, you know? But then when it doesn't, when the wind doesn't blow, you go, oh, now I know why.
Yes. And if you want wind, just go up to the Walmart parking lot.
Did you need the scissors again?
No, he used to drive.
Ah,
Yeah.
She was desperate.
she was getting shaky over that.
Need that fix. I usually have breakfast. This morning I got up.
There's no problem with putting this.
It makes it worse.
Unless you don't want.
No.
Yeah, put it over here.
That's fine.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. You can leave it there. Yeah.
Equal sharing.
Evidently downtown was out of electricity. I noticed that,
Yesterday?
today, this morning.
Oh, really?
The Rockport pilot.
From last
mentioned
night?
it.
From last night.
It was from last night.
There's AEP trucks working down at the,
Some
by
station.
the fairgrounds down there. The schools. So it's probably pop something there.
They
It's not out here.
made note to make note. And watch that coffee.
I'm happy when these doors are in,
Oh,
just
me too.
Yeah.
sometimes it gets a little loud out here and it'll be better.
What's your plan here?
The
I know you were
31st,
waiting for.
the 31st, yeah, is
Of
the
May.
day of
May.
May. Yeah, so it's we could have had them in this week, but like I said, so tomorrow is the deadline for 26,000 protests. And it's just gonna be busy. And I don't want people running into,
Yeah,
I don't want glass falling on anybody. It's just
all
Are
construction
they gonna put
workers.
those up all the time?
what they are, but hopefully they can do this section like at lunch or maybe in the morning or,
They don't have any reports, right?
no. And then they'll work in here and here and here, these three, and then they'll start working over there,
I noticed they don't have a flag up.
Yeah, our flag, we have our flag folded. We just hadn't put it back up since we moved in. Yeah, we
Is it in
need
good shape?
the flag.
Reason I ask is you take your old one over to Bell Furniture, they'll give you a new one.
Really,
Yes,
just across the street?
They'll give you one.
that's what it says.
Neat. Well, we may do that.
I mean, oh my goodness.
I'm gonna change out the fire department, Lamar Fire Departments that way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
They had on TV, yesterday or day before, Sunday, I think, during the race. They will dispose of them properly.
Well, we had a good rain
Ace
last
does
night. I
that
was
too.
surprised.
What?
I was surprised, but we had a good rain last night. The yard sure needed it.
Oh, boy, big time, yeah.
Yeah.
Supposed to.
It's
We were just
amazing.
looking at the map, the weather's going right around us, Corpus, back up to Houston, Rockport.
Houston always gets nailed.
Yeah. Busy week. At the graduation of the kids.
Oh, you have graduated?
I have
Your daughter's
Lorraine.
graduated?
Mhm.
Where's she going to college?
She is going to Ouachita Baptist University up in Arkansas. She is going to study business and children's ministry.
Good.
Very good.
Do they have a football team, so she can be a cheerleader, or she's not gonna?
She was offered to actually have a scholarship, or they don't really scholarship there, but she could have gotten some aid to be on the cheer team, but she didn't want to.
Really?
Yeah, she wants to focus on her studies.
Smart girl,
Yeah, she is.
smart girl. Wish my kids had done that when they first went to school.
They do have they do have a football team.
It'd taken them a little less time to get out.
Mine's on the extended plan.
Oh, yeah,
For sure.
you got it. Especially my boys, whew, goodness.
So this would be like where that was from.
And now my kids are
Yeah.
going through our bathroom. Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Hey, that it always comes around.
And then they say, Mom, I can't believe it. Yeah, I've been there.
Trying to tell you.
Oh.
That's when you wish you'd been able to report it. Yes.
Is he ever gonna grow up? Well, yeah, maybe when he's 28.
Sometimes.
A lot of prayers.
Did you guys see that Mike said the doors are available?
Yeah,
Now it's just a scheduling issue?
they could do them anytime per se, but he was concerned since you still got people, people are still facing it.
Tomorrow be a lot. Really, it'll be in the mail. The mail will, the next 3 days, the mail.
be waiting until 10?
We can start anytime when Kathy gets back.
Okay.
That's okay with me. We have an in-person, right?
We have someone out there, right?
First one's gonna be, case number 95.
It's Catherine's phone.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad you
Yeah, wait. for Kathy to see the-
Yeah.
Yes. Then we need Karen's,
Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Yeah. I-
I know already.
Yes, they approved it. Yes.
Perfect.
I'll just submit with the affidavit, that's fine. Tell her they will call her, yeah, when they're ready. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think we lost track of keys last time.
The two of you.
Cindy may have had it.
Yeah, I think she was.
Ready?
Yeah. If you're ready, we're going to start. Yes, we have it in person.
I'm fine, let me get the comfy chair. I'll get the comfy chair.
Morning.
Morning, I think everybody wants some people.
Well,
I'm not good talking to people.
that's
Excuse me.
okay. We're just like you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have some administrative stuff to go through first.
Okay.
So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-95, account number 14226. For the Danforth block 215 lot 7. This hearing is. Yeah, it's on page 4, at the bottom of page 4.
Oh, 96.
95.
95.
I'm sorry.
Okay? All right. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will hear your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and we have a file of them here. You can take, they're at the bottom of all this. The survey may be completed using the survey form here and emailed or dropped off here, or if you email it to ptad.communications@ARB. I'm sorry, ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov, or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. I don't expect you to have memorized the email addresses and URLs I just spit out, but it's all going to be in the determination package as well if you choose not to drop it off here today. We do appreciate you do the survey. You do have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package that you'll receive in the mail after the hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. It's important. So we have all of your evidence that you're going to be using during your hearing today. It's been provided to the district. Okay. And you're welcome to use these tablets.
Okay.
They're on it.
Are they on? Okay, great. Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66. Yes.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
So all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. They'll be sworn in right now.
Each one you'll have your own paper. If you don't mind just reading the statement aloud and then stating your name and then signing it. And from start with I. Go ahead and read that statement aloud,
I
please.
do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to appraisal board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name.
Randy Lee Green.
Sign it. And the same for you too, please, ma'am.
I do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Sherry Green. Thank you.
I, Larry Preston, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, do either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensees and Certification Board? Okay, fine, and that's fine. We're just, they make us ask the questions. All right, here in front of you, you'll see there's a hearing procedure times. And there's two columns. One is if you present first, or the second is if the district presents first. You have the choice of who you would like to go first, you or the district. And you have to make a choice.
I guess y'all can.
That's fine.
I've not done this before, so I'm not sure what we're doing.
We'll help you with it.
We're gonna get help, we're gonna get help all the way.
Don't be nervous.
Okay.
Okay, Ray,
It's like
5
what
minutes for presentation.
That's what a doctor tells you right before surgery.
And we won't say oops.
All right, this is for an RV park,
Yes,
and it's out on Jacoby
yes.
Lane in Aransas Pass. And Jacoby is the road, is part of the roads that connect bypass to 35, they run perpendicular. You know, it's like Jacoby, Young, Moore. Let's see here. Let me just, I'm gonna have plenty of time, so let me ask you guys, have y'all ever heard our our RV park propaganda spiel that we give? Have y'all ever heard us give it? Okay. Say 4 years ago, maybe, the appraisal district struggled to didn't know how to value RV parks.
Okay.
And we had this weird span of 2 or 3 years where RV parks just started selling across the county. Just boom, boom, they were just dropping. And we were about 60%, I think, or maybe 50% accurate. So let's say a park sold for $200,000, we thought it was worth $100,000, over and over and over. So to fix that problem, what we did was we made all the spots $10,000 per spot with no depreciation. So they stay $10,000 per spot forever, under the guise that people have to take care of them. You can't have a spot that you're gonna walk up to and it gets, and you get shocked, or septic has to work, or you can't rent it. That's what we did to correct our deficiency in knowing how much an RV park is valued. That's our correction. So since then, every RV park in the county has probably protested. Because of that kind of a change was for some of these RV parks, they had been under low value for 20, 30 years. And then we almost doubled them. So that's our story. So now we're gonna go in and look at RV parks. And the first one is a comp on Rattlesnake Point Road. We have no control over these comps being good or bad. We just have to deal with the adjustments. So one thing you'll notice is this first comp has 39 spots and the subject has 14. So we're removing $390,000 and then adding back in somewhere on here, I'm assuming the 14. CP, yeah. So we're subtracting and then adding to make these things work as a comp. We're gonna do that over and over again. So Rattlesnake Point Road, Lamar Beach Road, and Palmetto are the three cells we're comping. Lamar Beach Road is also 30 spots, and this other one is 61 spots. The median value of these is $392. We are valuing the subject at $291, showing us to be $100,000 low on the subject from a market standpoint. What does that mean? That means if you were gonna sell this park, you would market it at $420 or something like that, and should be able to get $390, $350, and north of $350. Equity is gonna tell a different story because it's not dealing with the cell numbers. So we get to eliminate the cell data and just say, what happens if we compare these guys to other parks? So now the numbers are gonna be a little better. So we're comparing a 14 spot park to a 13 spot park on map road. Adjustment smaller, comes out to 293 adjusted. Comp number 2 is a 14 spot. So it's a 14 spot compared to a 14 spot, you'll see a super low adjustment also on map road. Map road runs parallel to 188. It's right off of 188 on the south side. Comp number 3 is Johnson Road. This is an 18 spot. Again, pretty small adjustment. You'll notice here that the median equity adjustment is 299. We have the subject at 291. Way better indicator of value from just what does the appraisal district value things in the county, RV parks in the county. You can see that we're at 291. Everybody else will comp out at 299. Super close. This median value on the sales part of our deal is because RV parks sell for a lot of money. They just do. I don't know what to say. It's just they sell for a lot of money. And so that creates that $100,000 gap between what we're saying is a median value and our market value. And that's it, right? Yep, that's it.
Okay, so.
You have 2 minutes to cross-examine Ray, and then 5 minutes for your presentation, 7 minutes. You can ask them any questions.
So when you said they sell for a lot, that's not right across the board. That's not exactly true.
Okay.
In a lot of cases, you got to take the surrounding property into account there for sure. When you take a park like some of these that you have, the first one you were talking about, I've drove out there and looked at that park. That's a very big park.
The one on Rattlesnake.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
A lot of these that we've come to, ours, you go down our road, we lose business because of our road.
Well, if y'all pull up,
Hold on.
okay.
If you just go down our road, we have people, we do it on Facebook. is where we market. They will call us and then they drive by and look at our place. They don't come, they never come back. You drive down our road, there's a lot of times you don't hear semi-automatic, you hear fully automatic rifles going off right across the street from us. Check with the police report. This happens constant. It's
We've had the DEA sitting at the
In our
end of our
driveway.
driveway scouting out.
I mean, so that statement, we can never sell our part for that. Had we known when we were looking, we probably would not have bought them. But we bought right during Harvey when stuff was piled on the roads, assuming this is all gonna be clean. Well, it didn't. And it's not.
Is there a question in there that I can answer to, or would y'all prefer me not to talk?
Oh, I done, very informal, dude.
So here's my view on all that. One of them's gonna sound pretty harsh. And it's this, is if you listed it for sale, you wouldn't put any of that in the listing.
Wouldn't have to.
Well, I don't think that's true, because here's the other thing, is people in this county are buying near junk and near problems all the time. We raised the value in your area this year. We raised it because people are buying there. People are buying when there's theft, people are buying when there's broken down stuff on the side of the road, people are buying when the land's underwater. The market hasn't bore out the reality that the locals understand. There's still a nice pretty sign when you enter Rockport that makes Rockport look like all you do is wade fish and stand somewhere near Estes Flats. But all the locals know different. If you come to my neighborhood, I can tell you where there's problems. I can tell you which house people sell drugs in. I can tell you which house has kind of a rodent problem. I can tell you which house is gutted on the inside. But in the market, if I was to list my house, I wouldn't point any of that stuff out. I wouldn't tell the people, hey, there's a drug house that's about a block away. I'd leave it all out. And that's why what you're talking about is on the ground street knowledge. And in the market, the reason this data doesn't reflect it is because nobody says it.
Yes, but again, drive down the road.
Every year we drive.
Yes, sir, I understand that, but you drive down our road, we wouldn't have to say that because you can see stuff that has been there for years.
So then you ask the question of how many vacant spots do y'all have?
Right now,
Quite a
for
few.
quite a few.
So out of 14. Right, you have 14
Four,
spots.
yes,
So
but
4 out of 14.
yes, but here's another thing, is right in front of us, the property right in front of us has been allowed, evidently. It's sold.
Okay.
There's 4 sites popped up there. Is that an RV park? There's 4 brand new
We
sites.
need to give them some time for us to make that decision.
What are the rules nowadays? When we started our park, right after Harvey, we bought the property. And we were talking, we weren't at this office, we were in a different office.
Yeah.
And when we brought in the
Permit.
site plan, they said, y'all will be the last RV park here. And we're like, what? And they said, yeah, we're fixing to stop it. There's too many popping up everywhere. Well, after our park went in, there's still been many parks go in. So what are the rules today on this?
You're talking to the appraisal district here. What our job is to tell you what the value is. I have
Okay.
no idea.
Okay,
We probably have some of the same political opinions about things that are going on.
right,
That's not my job.
okay.
And all I can do is tell you value. And I know what you're talking about, and I see people buy in areas, we raise areas that sometimes I'm like, gosh, I can't believe we're raising this. But the market is so strong, people drive around like this,
Yeah,
and they just say it's gonna get better. And the truth is if enough of them buy, it does get better. If enough of them buy.
well, so if you scroll through these pictures that I have up here, this is what our street looks like.
We're gonna go into you guys presenting now, just for the sake of time.
Okay. So that one is like 2 doors or 2 block or 2 acreage down or 2 or 3 down. I mean, that's what that looks like.
And that's on a clean day.
No. 841, I don't know how someone's got turned upside down. I
That
mean,
was just
this is what our street looks like. And people, there's trash all up and down the road. They just throw bags of trash out. There's furniture that they just stick out there and it sits out there for months. But
That's the new
that's
place
right
that
in
went
front
in,
of
right
us
in
that
front of us.
they just bought, and there's sites going in everywhere. They've got 4 already put up there. But just,
But it's not an RV park, but yet it's right in front of us. We've done right by doing all our permitting everywhere. Inspectors flying around everywhere for us, but I don't understand. And another thing I would like to know is, we have nothing from the county. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see,
oh,
we have
that's
our
next
own,
door. That's what they have to drive through to get to RV park. That's next door.
we get nothing, we don't get water. There's nothing, we have no utilities. Only time we get the law out there is when it's called on because of the shooting or something like that. We get nothing from the county. It's not that we don't want to pay taxes. I think it's a little much, especially our park is not an in and out park, I guess you would say, like most RV parks. We cater to low income retiree people. I keep it mowed and clean and as safe as I can for the people. It's a hard job, and you guys know that. You guys are long-term residents evidently here. It's a hard job to keep the drugs.
For the most part, are permanent.
Yes, they're permanent older people.
2 nights or nights there.
No, they're permanent people,
resident.
Yes.
and they're all elderly.
The reason for the 4 openings is just can't find people that come in.
I don't know what's going on. We've never had a problem being full. Always had been full. But I've noticed there's a lot of parks that are empty now. I don't know if it's because the plant workers they're not hiring at the plants now because all the gas and all this stuff that's going on right now. I don't know what it is. The people will call and say, we're coming, they want to come in, and then we never hear from them. So
We had one said he was gonna come through Sunday. And we have people drive through the park, but like I say, they come down the road, and they're not coming back. We try and keep ours as safe as we can.
the Anchorage Park, which is across the highway from us. I mean, their taxes are a little bit lower than ours. And they're way bigger, they're 5 acres. We're only 2.5, and we have a half-acre pond, so we're really only 2 acres. The pond takes up half.
That trash right there, it's been there forever.
I don't know how those pictures got turned upside down. Yeah, there's where I tell you the trash, it's just stuck on the
It's
side of
been
the
there
road.
for over a year, that trash.
It's terrible, and
People drive by and just throw bags of trash out. I'm tired of picking it up.
but
I really-
our taxes went up $700. And we cater to our retirees, and our spots are only $275. We are barely making it. So between the taxes going up, insurance going up, I'm gonna have to put my rent. Those people aren't gonna pay for that. It's crazy. We're taxed on everything. We're taxed groceries, groceries are sky high. Everything we're taxed on, taxed here, taxed there, taxed there. How do they expect people to make it anymore? I don't get it. And this is a huge jump. It's huge.
We'll have some time, anything else you want to talk about, or any other pictures you want to discuss?
Other than our condition of our road and, like he said, for resale value, I'm sorry, I don't see it.
Oh, the stop sign down at the end of Jacoby and the other road down there, grapevines all over it. I gotta get out and cut it off eventually, because there's nothing from the county, that's what I'm saying. That we get nothing, it's the end of the road. We've done this before in other places we've lived, but it's the very end of the county. And I guess is it being forgotten? Is it harder to get equipment out? Could be.
Have you called them?
No, for what, I'm not,
I'm just.
I guess I could have, yes, ma'am, that's where I fail, I guess, but we're not people that pester. We don't do this, obviously, as you can see, we don't do this. We
And
just
there
kind
is
of
some
make do
very
and don't
nice
pester nobody.
houses. There's a few, not very many, but there are a few really nice places on the street, but I would say 3/4 of the street. And our park, yes, we keep it super nice, super clean, the best that we can for what money we've got coming in. It's just, we're living there at the moment. We sold our house in Port A, we got ran out of Port A, so we no longer live there. We're living in there, there's a little cabin in there that we're staying in until we can kind of figure out what we're gonna do. But it's just getting crazy everywhere. I don't know how some people make it anymore, I really don't. Yes.
We're not asking for y'all to delete the taxes, but just be reasonable. We don't mind paying, we know that, you gotta pay taxes, but I mean, we can't.
Do you have some numbers in mind?
Well, it jumped up $50,000,
52,170.
yes.
It would surprise me, I know with today's market, sir, it would surprise me if we could get 250 out of it. I'm gonna promise you that, because we're gravel. When I filed for the permits, the gentleman, I forget his name, I've got it written down probably at home, told me we can't do concrete for the size of it. It was the watershed or something, so I did gravel. These older people have to walk on gravels. And I worry constantly that they're gonna twist an ankle or something, and it's just stuff like that, and we couldn't afford it, but it's not on what we do.
Ray, you have, 2 minutes of cross-examination, 2 minutes of rebuttal.
Scott, can you pull up the property on Kickto, please? Just want to see the lot across the street. That lot right there is the one you guys said had 4 spots. Right?
For the hand.
Yes.
Well, just please know that on January 1, that's what it looks like.
Right.
So we wouldn't have,
I understand.
okay, I just want you to know,
I understand,
we're
yes.
not purposely missing something, and
Oh,
it
no,
really
we never
wasn't
said
anything really for us to miss yet.
Yes,
Yeah, they just literally,
this blew up.
It'll be next year. Thanks for letting us know. I noticed when you were talking about just trouble getting spots and not sure that new park that's on the bypass, is it called Will Chill?
Yes.
yeah,
It's like, it's less than half full. It's always very strange to me because they went in and built the whole thing. I've noticed that sometimes when people build parks like that, they tend to build a section of it and get some renters in, start to get their business going, but those guys just built, it's like Field of Dreams, you know, they just built the whole thing and, you know, opened the gate, and it seems like they've had trouble filling up.
well, and I think, am I allowed to talk?
Give me 1 second. What I would encourage you to do is, if there's something important, write it down. There's some good working with us talking when we're supposed to. It makes information be better. And there's something I want you guys to know, and I'll speak to y'all and I'll speak to the board. It's very important that when we're in this room, we're not talking about taxes. The appraisal district is talking about value. And when people can't pay their taxes or can pay their taxes, or whatever hardship they're going through, those are not things that me or the board get to deal with. We just try to figure out, is the appraisal district doing this right or wrong? The only thing I would say to all of this is this area, I agree. I drive the county. I agree. I can name streets: Armstrong, Sawyer, Johnson, Kirby, Resendez, Jacoby, Moore, Banty, Adolfo, Lee, Longoria, Rabbit Run. All of these roads have a certain amount of problems with people driving out there and dropping their boat, their RV off, tires, mattresses, their daily trash. All of that gets dropped off. And all I want to say about that is we raise the value in every single one of those areas. Every single one. We raise the value in Fulton outlots, that like Lone Star, Myrtle, those roads. Wisher, people do some of the same stuff there. Not as bad, but some of the same stuff. So the market says, what the buyer and the sellers are saying to us is, we'll act like it's not there. because they still think that the county's gonna come pick it up. That's what we kind of bank on, is that, you know what, this will get cleaned up, this will get better. And then it's always the people with street knowledge, it got real quiet out there, so it sounds like I'm yelling. But it's the people with street knowledge that know all the problems, every single one of them. A household across the street from me for $250,000. We had it valued at about $140. When they bought it, they did the floor, they did the cabinets, they did the counters, and they repainted the whole thing. So not only did they pay $250, but they did all that work, they're in at $300,000. And you would think they're crazy, but they're not. They're tired of paying $1,500 a month for rent, which leads me to one last thing. $275 is low. $275 is low. I don't know what you guys are providing. I don't know if you're doing Wi-Fi and trash and electric. I don't know what y'all are doing with all that. But $275 for a park that's being this well taken care of is low. You're charging low numbers and you're working.
But we can't get, we've tried getting even up to 3,
And it's just
we
not
will
working.
be even in
Because of the neighborhood.
the neighborhood. That's what we're saying.
That's
We
fine,
cannot
that's
get-
fine. I get it.
Even from workers coming in that really could care less.
And so what we do,
That's why we went to
is
overtime.
we work through this process. These guys hear everything I say, they hear what you guys say, and then we turn it over to the jury. And I'm comfortable with that. So that's my closing. They get some time.
No, that was your 4 minutes.
Well, I closed. I'm talking that, yeah.
You guys have 4
Well,
minutes.
with the guy, I'll just say, because you know me, with your raising the values everywhere, with all due respect, how is that for people that's not wanting, that wants to make this home? How is that fair for them if their property really isn't worth what people are willing to give for their neighbor's place? I personally can't see that being fair to
Yeah,
everyone in this room.
I don't know how concerned the state is with the word fair. What the state says is appraisal districts be at market value, make sure everybody's at market value. And then it's fair in their words, in their eyes, because we're all at the same, getting treated the same. So the market value is just what people pay for it. And it's always, the best thing to remedy what you're speaking about is a homestead.
Yeah.
That's the best thing. That's why the state's increasing I know, I'm just saying, is there something that the state does? The answer to that is yes, it's a homestead. Is there something else that they do? Yes, it's over 65. It's the disabled person exemptions. It's exemptions. That's the state's fairness clauses. Like, let's try to put some reality in this. And then you deal with your local governments implementing that as far as they'll take it. Is they have purview to increase and decrease those numbers.
So can I ask you a question on the disabled? If you do it on one piece of property, and say if we do get lucky enough to have another house, can I do it there also? Because I am disabled. I've had about 7 major surgeries.
You can only do it on primary residence.
So we can't.
But we don't
have
have, that is our primary residence.
Right
That's
now.
your primary residence. Is there a house there?
No, it's temporary where we're living at, but we're going to try and build or buy a house.
If you do that, then you'll apply those exemptions
Yes,
to
because I
that
had that
house.
in Port A and still the taxes.
To that house.
So we sold it.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's why I was asking that question. So we can, we want one property on.
One property only unless you have a DVHS, which is disabled family. So that's the way it works. So yes.
You still have a minute if you'd like to.
Um,
say anything else.
Well, we were talking about the RV parks being half full and stuff, but when all these parks and, of course, when we did ours, and ours wasn't to make a fortune, it was just a little bit of extra pocket money, which now is no longer no extra pocket money.
Sure.
We're just barely making it, paying bills. But back in the economy, like you said, when that park built and they built the whole thing,
Yeah.
thinking they would come.
Yeah.
That's when the economy was better.
Mhm.
We're at a low point, so I'm just baffled at how these prices have just went sky high and properties going sky high.
Yeah.
With our economy the way it is.
I agree.
I mean, I feel the market is fixing to crash.
That's what people say.
And so when it does crash, are these values gonna go back down?
Of course, the appraisal district doesn't have any decision. Appraisal districts really don't make decisions like that. They just go to value. So it's a simple spreadsheet. We put the numbers in, we divide, and if we come up positive or negative, we move in that direction. And appraisers are always at the back, never at the front. They're always looking at something that already happened. And anytime someone says, hey, look behind you and try to figure out what's gonna happen, appraisers go, we don't know how to do that.
So I know we're out of time, but what you said a while ago, if I may, we're very low on our rates. So we were at 250, helping Sherry and I, y'all don't know us from Adam, but we help a lot of people try with what we got, but we were at $250 a month. It killed us the last time our taxes went through the roof, and then we got annexed, and that was a joke, from AP paying them taxes. We had to go up to the 275. It killed us to go to our tenants and tell them, we got to go up on your rent, and they're looking, and I know some of them personally are looking, wow, where's that $25 more a month gonna come from? Honest to God, that's the people we have. They're clean and neat, but they're on a very low income, very low.
And they've been with us most of them have been with us since day one. We're like, okay.
All right, I think everybody's time is up, so the ARB has 5 minutes to deliberate.
Going with focusing on equity. The only thing I can come up with is possible approaches to the land value is probably what it is. And the thing I would do on the numbers was to use the accrued value from last year with the land value. Kind of a community approach there, but what did you reach? 261,990.
I happen to feel that what they're talking about, is a lot of obsolescence on that street.
Yeah.
Everybody has that. I'll get it myself riding down that street. I wouldn't like that. So I have a stronger feeling about their particular case. What we've seen in the pictures is pretty bad. And also, can't we consider the fact that of their 14 units available, or are not, are we taxing them 14 or assessing them 14, or do they have 4 empty slots? We can take those 4 off.
Yeah, I think the current value is. I'd like to see that reduced, and I don't know what figure I had in my mind. I have to kind of agree with what Scott said.
Yeah, well, and again, we have to be careful to try and deal with the evidence that was presented here. So, and Kathy, I don't know if we can look at the property card.
They're being assessed on 14 slots.
Yes, they are.
Right. But there's 4 vacancies.
How long have they been vacant?
Wow. And we've got 1 moving now.
We have,
That will be the 4th one then. That will be the 4th.
yeah, they're actually
And then-
moving to the people in front of them took them from us. The one that put those RV spots in front, they took one from.
And then this is in God's hand, but we have number 13 on his, Randy is on his, he's got cancer really, really bad. So there's another, I'm sure we're gonna be left with the old truck and the old RV. We got to dispose of that. That's an expensive cost. But that site will be another one, and they're not filling back up. We don't get nobody nowadays.
See what the value would be.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just at the going down 4, I mean, that's gonna take 4,000 off the. Yeah, it's still 4,000.
10,000 slots.
You might check your math on that. So you might want to check your math on that. It's 40,000, not 4,000.
Oh, I meant, I'm sorry.
40,000.
You're right. I apologize. Thank you, Scott.
I was gonna say.
That's why you got a computer.
So as far as exemptions go.
251, 150, yeah.
So it should be pretty much the
We're
same,
talking about the spots around.
about the same, yeah, because
I'm sorry,
I
you,
think I'm rounding that off, taking off the 4,000 and rounding off. to 50. Take it, because from my standpoint, me, I really believe, yeah, I'm on the streets, but I know the position, but, it's,
I have people disagree with me every day. Doesn't bother me at all.
that's your job to say that.
Have you considered doing overnight?
You won't get them there, man. And the trouble that they would bring to our guests that's there.
We just prefer to stay in there, it's just so, it's just so much easier, and I work too, I don't, this is, I still have a full job.
But the overnighters bring in, we hear the horror stories, and we've already, and been next to some that really don't tend to their kids.
Yeah, this park was built for women's, it wasn't built for men.
But we would, you would make more money, yes, ma'am. A lot, but not with.
Okay.
yeah, I'm, your approach is better than mine. Okay.
I'm good with that.
51.
I rounded off.
Yep.
All right, page 2022, page 5, account number 14226. Market value. Both sides, district. They are feeling that the value of property
All in favor?
Aye.
Going opposed? Okay, the motion carries.
Thank
So
you
you
guys.
understand what we did? Okay,
That helps, everything that helps.
sure. You will receive, the determination package in the mail, and again, if you'd like to fill out a survey here or later. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
You did fine speaking in front of me.
Yeah, we're good.
Take care.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, y'all have a good one.
Thank you.
Okay, next one's gonna be on the phone.
On the phone, I love it.
Okay, this is, case number 660.
60.
Oh, there it is.
On page 3,
60.
2022-60, on page 3 of our cases.
Yeah.
Find it?
Okay.
Here we go.
And you want me to write them down?
Sure, you can dial them up.
Oops. Oops. Remind me of Independence Day. Oops, there's no oops.
Multiple questions. So, question was, you sold this property last year to the title company.
Hello?
Hello, this is Frank, Rick from Johnson Renee Properties.
Lindsay, I'm the other party on that.
Oh, okay, this is the appraisal review board calling for the protest hearing.
Uh-huh,
Are you ready for that?
I sure am.
Okay. Thank you. Hold on.
Okay, I have a few pieces of administration to go through first. We are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-60, account number 17136, Pocono Village Edition Lot 136. This hearing is being recorded. Verify exactly what's on the protest.
That's a separate issue, we didn't mention that yesterday.
Okay. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to use to offer feedback about your experience today. And that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. This survey is voluntary, and the information I just mentioned here with the URL will be in the determination package that you receive in the mail after this hearing. You do have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. Again, you'll receive a determination package in the mail. So in accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have, this is important, do we have all your evidence that you are going to reference in your presentation?
Well, there's no evidence because nothing's been done to the property.
Okay, that's fine. I just need to verify that you don't have anything else you're going to try and introduce.
No.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Kathy Hoffman, you solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ron Lynn, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
So all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and I'm assuming since we do have a copy of your signed and notarized affidavit that you realize that you are under oath.
Ray Betsy, do solemnly swear or affirm that this information presented to the appraisal review board for the rest of the presentation is true.
Thank you, Ray. Ma'am, I need to ask, do you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification?
Me, no.
Okay, Lindsay, that's fine. We just need to ask the question. Do you have a copy of the time limits page that was included in the package of information that was sent to you from the district?
Yes.
It says hearing procedure times.
You know what page that was on?
I really don't, ma'am. It's
Okay.
it is a 2-column chart that shows one.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, this will be the format of how we conduct the hearing. And you have the option of presenting first, or the district can present first. And you have to make the choice of which way you would like to start.
I'll go first.
Okay, very good. Hang on one second, we'll get you started here.
Okay, you have 5 minutes for your presentation now, and then you'll get some extra minutes as we go along.
Sure thing.
Okay, I don't think I'll need 5 minutes.
That's okay, take whatever.
I'm just questioning the fact that the market value of improvement has gone up $11,000 when I've done nothing to the property except for cut electricity. It's a lot that has an RV sitting on it. So there's no structures, there's no building. And I definitely haven't done anything since bought it back in September.
Is someone living in the property?
It has an RV on it, and it's we go down there, you know, once a month, maybe on a weekend.
It is usable.
Yes, it has electricity on, water.
Anything else you'd like to add? You have minutes left.
That's all I got.
The district has 2 minutes to cross-examine 5 minutes for their presentation, so 7 minutes, right?
Does it have septic or sewer?
It has septic. It always had a septic.
So
Okay, who's next?
the difference in value has to do with us adding the utility package to the land. We do that for power, water, and sewer or septic. And we leave it on there until a house is built. Because the house has that value in it inherently. So this is the way you can differentiate between a lot that has utilities and a lot that doesn't. And a lot that has utilities is more valuable on the marketplace than the one that does not. So that's the difference in value.
Even though the utilities were there at the time, they would just basically just changed out there.
Yes, ma'am, we didn't have the data right, and basically the listing information is what corrects it. Is we then see, oh, wait a second, because property that has those aspects is listed for a higher value than property that does not. So we have to account for it. If not, we would change all the land value, and we would even change the land that didn't have utilities to a higher value. But so we have to, in the marketplace, account for land that has utilities. And then get the land value less than utility value. If not, we will have land value that looks like it has utility value. So we have to separate all those out.
Even though I purchased it with utilities?
Even though you purchased it with utilities, that's correct. Because in the past, we just didn't have it that way.
Yeah, okay.
We just didn't have it that way.
Okay.
That's the change.
I'm gonna make a quick interjection here, and it's an unfortunate choice of words. When people see the word improvements, they think it involves what they improved or changed since the last year. And that is not what the word improvements is used for as it applies to appraisals. And improvements has to do with anything that is done to a piece of property. The addition of a home, the addition of a trailer, the addition of a shade, so on and so forth. Whether or not it took place since the last time it was appraised. So I wish we could come up with a different term, but it's not our term, it's from the state.
If we go through the work of looking at the cells and equity approaches to value, just to verify what we're figuring out here, comp number 1 is the subject. Comp number 2 is on 1781, it's near the subject. And then comp number 3 is behind the subject and Fulton outlots. All of those together render a value of 72,400. And then in the equity grid, we're just comping Covino Village Edition there, and it renders a value of 66,910. The reason it's identical is because they're all in the same band. They're all the same. So it's our opinion that maybe we could admit that we were wrong in the previous years by having a lack of knowledge, but now we just have it correct with the right amount of value based on the user that's there on the lot. Furthermore, in the marketplace, people would rather buy a lot with utilities than a lot that didn't have one. It's a pretty big savings nowadays to already have the utilities, especially if it's a septic tank. That's it.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination of Ray and 2 minutes for rebuttal. If you have any questions you want to ask or comments you want to make.
No. It sounds like I'm pretty much out of luck.
No, I've said all I need to say.
And anything else you want to add before we conclude the hearing?
No.
All right, then, I said that ARB has 5 minutes to review.
Ma'am, Lindsay, you indicated you just purchased this property? Could you tell us when you purchased it?
I believe it was September it closed.
September of 21?
Yes.
Would you don't have to, but would you mind letting us know what you paid? And again, you don't have to tell us.
I have to go back to the, I don't remember exactly. I have to go back to the agreement, which I didn't have with me.
So you have an estimate?
I
appreciate it, thank you.
I'd rather not say.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Yeah.
So there was no problem. So I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2023-60.
Okay, thank you.
Account number 17136. And address the perpetrator market value in the case of median level appraisal. That essentially has shown that both equity and market values of the property is correct and at 66,900.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Oh.
Okay, Lindsay, you understand where the final determination was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and you will receive a determination package in the mail here shortly.
Okay.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Yeah.
That's my mentality. One other question. Yes.
My mother got tax appraisal also.
We have an in-person with 2 accounts. Right?
Are we gonna handle them as 2 cases or swear?
2 separate.
Okay,
So I was y'all want to do that way, right?
that's fine, either way is fine.
What number?
I don't know. Yeah.
This is Nicole. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Hi.
Thanks for coming in.
Do you want to let her choose which one she cares first, or?
Sure. Now, you have two cases, so we're gonna hear each one
Do you want to do
separately.
yours or your
Do you,
Sure, they're exactly the same size, so it's all the information's the same.
okay, so, and you don't care which one we do first?
No.
Okay. All right, so this is gonna be case 105.
All right, thank you.
Just that they're the same, but they'll be two.
My mom and I bought lots right next to each other.
Oh, here we go.
They'll both, the second one will probably go. quick.
Didn't do the same.
So 97 and 105, the two were very dear. 105 and 130.
Yeah, 105, I'm not sure. which one. Here we go. Okay. I have some administration to go through. All right, so we are commencing a hearing on case number 2022-105, account number 20231. Nissan Park, block 1, lot 5. This hearing is being recorded. And let's verify what this is a protest. Okay.
I'm sure if everyone's seen that. Remember.
Yes, the kind of protest, there's market value, equity, or other things, and so on, so we're just verifying that. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form here and turned in here, or you can email it to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov. Or if you like, you can take the survey online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey@ARB. The survey is voluntary, and I don't expect you to have memorized what I just said, so it is included.
I'll do
in
it here.
Okay, yeah, it's also in the determination package. You do have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination and in the determination package that you receive. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So this is important. Do we have all of your evidence that we reference? The ARB members that are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest, and we are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I got copies of the songs, where the person in violation of
Joanne Ferguson, I swear I have not given with another person in violation of tax.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Peggy Miller, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
So all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and you'll be asked to swear in right now.
You can just read that statement out loud.
Sure, I do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas appraisal district is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Nicole Frost. Yeah.
Something I would like to ask is if we can go ahead and swear in for the next account. They're identical, so we don't have to say it all over again, we can just say that these swear-ins cover the case. What is it? You gotta tell me.
The case numbers,
Case
Yeah,
105.
We'll,
97.
I think all we need to do, is just, we'll swear in at that time. And that's all we'll have to do. I don't have to go through the whole script or anything.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep, I raised that to be solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony shall- I did the title of the board.
Okay, I need to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
That's fine. All right, on this chart here, there are the hearing procedure times. And you get to choose, or you see it here too, whether you go first or the district goes first, and you get to choose. Okay.
You have 5 minutes right now.
So the evidence that I received from this review board had certain address used as comps for this. One of them was my mother's. And one of them, comp number 3, was 12 Westlake Drive, which is the same size as mine, and it was appraised at 33,390. It is actually improved. So everything on my side of 8th Street, the county cannot bring water and sewer to. So that's obviously not a pocket expense, that's from us. And my lots are not improved. Then I also have a lot behind me, which is 4.5 acres. It's the same owner that I purchased my lots from. And that is 4.076 acres, which brings it to 31.79 per acre. $31,798 per acre. So technically, that would make my lot at 100 by 140, $7,949, which obviously is not correct, but the 65,000 that I'm being taxed is a 246% increase from 2 years ago. So I have in my evidence every lot that I pulled off of even just 8th Street are all vastly different than mine. So I guess I'm just trying to understand why my grass and dirt is more expensive than these other people that live on the same street.
Your problem, you don't live on.
No, mine's unimproved. Yeah. It's just a lot. I purchased it in October 26th of 2020. So I was paying $18,900 in taxes at that time, and the very next year I purchased $64,000, which is a 246% increase. And while I understand taxes have gone up, that just seems overkill to me.
So you're paying 18,000 when you purchased it?
That first
I
year.
mean, it's less than 18,000.
Yes.
You don't like to add, just want to remember.
Yes, so I also have at 1336 8th Street, that is 6,960 square foot acre, where mine is 14,000 square feet. And this is taxed at 22,620. So that should, at the very least, my lot's 14,000, that should at least make it 44,000. And I have another one that actually has a townhouse on it on 8th Street. That townhouse and the lot was appraised at 78,000. And that's improved with a house on it. And mine's at 64, with no structure. The county can't bring sewer or water. So that it's completely improved.
Okay.
Then I have another one that's 1.295 acres on 1101 8th Street, which makes up 31,000 an acre. Mine's at 64,000 for 14,000 square feet.
Get a copy of this, right?
My next door neighbor is one lot, it's the same size as mine. Theirs is improved at 64,000. I obviously haven't protested it, but it's the same as mine, but theirs is improved.
It's just, it has somebody else.
Anyways, my evidence just, I can cite every single one of these, but if you want me to, but it's all, yeah.
Anything else you want to say?
No, that's it.
That's
Thank you.
What was 12 Westlake Drive in the data? That was the first thing you said.
12 Westlake.
You said it's one of our comps?
Yeah, that was one of your comps that you sent me.
Hold on, I mean, I'm having trouble, maybe my screen is not refreshing. I don't have it. 12 Westlake Drive as a comp. Am I on the wrong property or something? Do you
No,
have
it's
that?
on, it's a third comp, right?
Of
It's on the
what?
next page. So you've got the first page and then you have, comp number 3, go back down,
Of what?
20230.
go back.
The PID.
Hold on. Am I in the wrong, are we doing 20231? Property ID 20231?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm in the wrong one then.
And I see it as comp one in the equity grid.
Comp number 1 in the equity grid, for me is 8th Street. Comp number 2 is 8th Street.
Comp number.
Yeah.
3 is 8th Street. Everything's 8th Street. I don't see the Westlake.
That's on two.
Oh, I'm sorry, 20230 was.
Well, which one are we talking about?
Which one are we talking?
So why would they be different? They're exactly the same.
I don't know. I just want to make sure that I'm looking at the right.
No, you're obviously right, you are.
Because I'm just like, I just didn't see it.
But that's wrong.
That's not.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought we were starting with hers
That's
first
okay.
and then
Yeah,
her
yeah.
others.
Yeah, so it's 20231.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, that's where I am, okay.
Sort it out here.
Oh, no.
And to be honest, well,
We can move past this. It's gonna be okay.
It's all gonna be okay.
The thing
It's
is,
gonna work out.
the thing is there's a lot of things to reply to here. One of them, I just want to throw this out there, the townhouse comparison. When you look at that townhouse comparison, that land is probably common element. A townhouse comparison to a vacant lot is very difficult comparison to make. The value could be goofy because the ownership rights are different in that case. One of the things that was brought up was the 4 acres in the back. That land table is going to be on an acreage table, not on a square foot table. So there is going to be some difference between what it's like to own a property that's on 8th Street versus what it's like to own 4 acres that has an easement or an access to 8th Street, but then has land in the back. Those are different. We're going to value those in a different manner. One of my biggest concerns with all of this is a disclosure problem, to say the least. In the sales grid on 20231, there are 3 comps. There's 1405, there's 1319, and there's 1409. Property owner is letting us know that she's a part of, they have, her and her mother bought 1405 or 1409. I don't know which ones, but it doesn't matter. So the biggest problem we could have is if the appraisal district is wrong on the sale price. If we're wrong on the sale price, then this whole comp grid has major problems, because 2 out of the 3 sales would be wrong. So, and that's a disclosure problem. That is totally up to you, whether or not that's something we can deal with or not deal with. Personally, I'm gonna act like our sale price is right and just move on, because there's no way that you can be compelled to reveal anything.
I paid 69.5, I have the contract.
I'm sorry.
69.5 for each lot.
For each, oh, that's fine.
69.5 for each lot.
That's fine. So having said that, then that makes me say that based on those 2 sales, based on the 1319 sale, the appraisal district value by our own data says it shouldn't be 64, it should be 60. And we're using 2 of those comps. And then when we go to the equity grid, we're comping essentially the same stuff. It's what 1409, 1413, 14, 15, getting a value of 64,
Can you go,
750.
I'm sorry, could you go back up one? So the one at 1413 is improved with a structure on it.
And we're taking all that value out. It was just used as a comp, and we're removing that value and comping the land less $700 because there's a slight difference in square footage. Therefore, it's removing the improvements and saying, what is this land being valued at? Not what did it sell for, because it's equity, not sales. So all the grid has to know how to do is subtract. And it's just subtracting out the improvements and saying, are we treating this person like we're treating this person on the same land table, on the same street, really close to each other in this case. The congruency, the location congruency here is very good. 1409, 1413, 1417. Everybody's being treated the same. The sale data to me is perfectly fine. It actually says we're like $4,000 high. So from that standpoint, I don't see any problems with this. My biggest concern was I was going to find out that we were wrong on the purchase price. And if we were, then that was going to be a problem with all of our data.
And then my mom is also over 65.
Which will come into play if she builds a structure on that. She can have an exemption. I don't have anything. No, ma'am.
4 minutes, if you'd like to ask any questions.
Well, I mean, being that it's on a different table, as you said, for the acreage versus the individual lot, I think to sort of walk through that, because at the end of the day, I purchased these 2 lots out of that acreage lot. So you could walk
They front on 8th Street, so there's all kinds of ways to do that, but there's appraisal practices where the first 50% of the land is 70% of the value. There's all this stuff, that all of that is just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. The reality is those front, the other land really doesn't front. A really key portion here is the data suggests your purchase, your mom's purchase, and this other purchase. The data suggests very strongly how much a lot of land is worth on 8th Street. Very strongly. And as someone who does this for a living, your purchase price in Lamar is perfectly fine. You didn't overpay, you didn't underpay. Both you and the seller, that's just exactly how much you should have paid for that land.
So do you feel because the entrance to that back property butts up right next to my mom's lot, I feel like that devalues it?
No, it doesn't. The only thing that's missing here in this conversation is we don't know I don't have a good way to support the value of that back lot because I didn't prepare for it. But the land in Lamar is not difficult to support from a value standpoint. The land in Lamar is what I would consider premium Aransas County because there's actually not a lot of it.
Well, I guess I hear what you're saying. In back, they have plumbed it in to be an RV park, so there's all those like white PVC. And then across the street from me, you're allowed to have RVs, but because I'm in Goose Island Estates,
Yes, ma'am.
we're not allowed to have RVs.
Yeah.
So although I'm surrounded by RVs, which I think to some degree devalues, even though it's a haven for RVs, I'm right, everybody else that's inside, right, of Goose Island Estates, we're not allowed to have RVs. They don't look at it, they don't have it backing up in front of them or behind them. But my lot, because of what's behind me and what's directly in front of me, I have them all around me, which I think to some degree devalues that property.
I don't know what that's.
Okay.
I haven't seen anything devalue anything in this county in the last 4 years. I just don't know. You have a pit bull tied up across the street to a tree. And I don't, with a picture of it over here, eating a deer, and I would say nobody cares. That's what I would say. Right now, that I have a very low threshold for what.
Well, I care.
Yeah, I understand.
I care.
I just don't think the market does.
I don't know, you're not.
So by our own evidence, by the way, the appraisal district does not stand at the 64, the appraisal district stands at 60.
Close that.
No, in terms of the disclosure, I wish that I would, for people that, like me, who come in, who don't do this for a living, to protest, if I could have better understood that it was taxed differently, like acreage versus a lot, I would have prepared differently. And then the other thing was, the address sent out on my hearing reminder took me to the old address, just so you know. The hearing reminder that was sent to my email from you guys has the 601 South Church Street address. I did look.
She just did, you just did, yeah. Okay, let me ask you a question. When you say it sent you to 601, did it send you to 601, meaning it said 601?
It
Or when
says
you typed in
601.
Google?
No, it says
Okay,
601.
fair
in the
enough.
email
Those are
that
two
was sent
different
to me.
things, right? Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right, you vote for nothing from you, right?
I don't have anything else to say.
All right, ARB's
Oh,
time.
I see. Yeah.
Right.
$60,000. I'm comfortable with that in light of the fact that it's just a savings.
Well, so how did it come to be that it was a 246% increase in 1 year? Maybe I can understand that.
That was,
What was that? I'm sorry.
That it was a 246% increase in 1 year. I mean,
that
what,
was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
right,
Right.
But,
last year was a blur.
I can address that. I can address that.
Yeah,
We do it all the time, all the time, and it's really a relative term. So when you think about it, it's 200%, 250%. That number is really rough when you own something that's worth $150,000. Just kind of rough if you own something that's worth $10,000. So there is some relativity to it, but there's nothing to stop the appraisal district other than a homestead. Because the appraisal district has one thing in mind, and that's to be a market value. That's all we do is study sales.
but that's a county thing, right? So I have property in Port O'Connor, which is Calhoun County. And so for the same size lot, my appraisal was 18,000 and it went up $100 from last year and $100 from the
That
year
just
before
means
that.
that's what, that either means that they have, that they're lacking data, or that's what people are paying. That's what that means. People are paying for that there. And in Lamar, you're not getting anything for $18,000. I mean, you go on a dirt road on Conley, you can't get a lot for $18,000.
And those are low. Those take water back there.
Yeah, I mean, you're still gonna have to cough up 25,000 to get in there. Yeah, it's crazy. And so I don't know the I mean, if you took me to another county and said, hey, appraise this county, I'm an idiot. There's nothing I would know. I'm only specific to.
I saw real estate in Port O'Connor, that's why I was sort of wondering why.
Yeah,
it was
yes,
such
ma'am.
a
Yeah.
Spread.
I wouldn't have any idea. It would take me like a year to get my feet on the ground to understand what values are doing.
Okay, so let's,
So we're all in agreement to reduce the prior to $1 million to 60,000.
yes.
Yes.
I would make a motion on case ID 2022-105, account number 20231. Investing in correct appraised market value, appraisal ratio exceeding median normal appraisal, based on district evidence that the market value on this property should be reduced to 60,000 from 64,740.
Second. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes this hearing, and we're gonna go quickly to case 97, account number 20230. We'll quickly swear in for that. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hopkins, swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I,
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ron McKinnon, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
The only person who's not sure about the appraisal review board president, that's the-
I know.
Yeah,
Same exact information.
yes, I agree. We just. Yeah,
And can we make them the same? There's a $300 difference between the two. That's what I said.
Yeah.
$60.
Yeah.
There's a motion on case ID 2022-7, account 2030. Johnson, George is to know, does the correct appraised market value, the appraisal ratio exceeding the appraisal, based on the district's own information, will reduce the value noted on the property from $64,480 to $60,000.
I'm sorry.
all in favor?
How long have you sold?
A year down there?
No, I got it. It's fine. It's okay.
I used to work on these.
Oh, you did? Yeah. I live in.
Sorry.
Well, I have a house there, but I live in Spring, but.
No, yeah, I used to. Kathy's.
Still there.
Still there. Really?
Yeah.
It's the spot.
There is a place right across the street, 5D Steakhouse. It's a big restaurant chain
Wasn't there when
in
I was-
Victoria, so they just opened up right across the street. And then Speedy Mart is expanding to more property.
That's like their gas station slash grocery store.
Right, and then the 5D Steakhouse also bought a lot next door, and they own the Texan gas station, which is like a small Buc-ee's. So they're gonna be opening right across.
Hi, how are you?
I just sold a barn dough there for $600,000 on 2 lots of barn dough. It was 1,700 square feet on 2 lots.
I had a friend that, I worked there in the 90s, in early 2000. And I had a friend that, the only car wash.
Bob Hill.
Huh?
Bob Hill owns it now.
But it used to be Donna Bouchard. She owned it. And it was the only, and it was named after her lab. It was called Jack's Car Wash or something like that. But anyways, in Port O'Connor, she owned the only car wash for a area.
It's still the only one?
She lives now on an island, retired. She does. She lives in Belize.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Yes. Because that town's a little gold mine.
It is.
You know, when we were there, when I worked there, we would eat at Kathy's. They had a lunch buffet, I think.
Their restaurant's second in that.
Yeah, well, we would go there, and one day we went in on a Saturday, and we were looking at the menu. We went there so often, we said, wait a second. And then they told us, we have 2 different menus. We have a Monday through Friday menu and a Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I don't know if they still do that or not.
I didn't even know that.
We were like,
I know, yeah, the higher prices.
Close on Monday. Yeah.
yes, yes. We always ask for local prices, you know?
We can see my one.
So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole, have a good one.
Okay, that's all for, that's all for hearings. We do have a letter which I said we go ahead and just deal with that before we break for lunch.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Yeah, let's see if Mike wants to.
Oh, right.
Who's next?
We have no more hearings. We're just gonna deal with a letter.
Mike said he'd like to be here, so he's kind of like.
Okay.
And you should be able to find it on your tax record. Who said? Well, I'm sorry, the hearing was for yesterday, the email was today. And he did send an email to Mike and an email to me about those 2 different things.
Do we have any stuff on this or?
Okay.
This is under the sections letters to be read. And the way the agenda is written, you can take these at any time.
Yeah, so we thought we'd deal with it before lunch.
Absolutely.
I was just telling them that he also emailed me about, so there's two different emails, but they're pretty much the same.
This is, came on the website yesterday. Mr. Mike, subject website context form submission. This is kind of this contact form and Jonathan Juby. Phone number here is here, the property ID is 27055. We have his email and his message is, I was not able to make the hearing due to death of my family, would like to see if I can reschedule, thank you. And we just verify the date.
And Kathy, there is another PIT that's in the tablet. I marked it on the file.
There's another PID tablet.
Yeah.
So this is
The
addressing
file that
the
has the two emails, the PI in the tablet, the PIDs are on there.
At the very top, it has 27055 and 44193.
Yes.
Even though that's not in the
How do you open them?
language of the letter.
Another email that's from the email.
But it won't open.
Yeah, a dot MSG file, it doesn't know how to do that.
Okay.
Do you want me to print that out real quick?
Yeah, just print it out so she can read it.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem.
But there is on that one, there's just one of the two.
I'm sorry, just one.
But she's about to give you the other.
So
Because you're not in the
already-
display, she's.
Oh, that's okay.
You're okay.
I tried to open it, it's like nothing.
Yeah.
Now I know why.
Who did that?
Me, put that out.
Yeah.
You can avoid it without this.
No, I've been in there, I've been doing that. It's, no, it's just,
Crazy.
all the time.
Okay. Same information from JRDD dated yesterday, 24th. I'm sorry, this was the bunch of today, 24th. This one is the same information, was not able to make the hearing for property tax dispute. Just wondering if I can reschedule. Reschedule the hearing for 5/23/22. Property on there's two of them. I already read one of the numbers. This one is 44193 and the other is 27055. The question is, do more grant or hearing on these two cases?
The district is not opposed to granting them, that's a good cause case in our opinion, so you should absolutely grant it if the ARB wants to grant it.
And then we grant at the time we requested, or we could get back to him at the time that they're scheduled.
I'll reschedule him. Y'all are just granting the reschedule.
You'll reschedule, we'll just grant it.
Yes.
Make a motion, or the property ID is 27055 and 44193, which are owned by J.R. Based on the fact that it's a death on his family, he's not able to make this hearing. It has to be rescheduled and we will reschedule another meeting.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Seth.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, we will see you guys after.
You have to come back by 1.
Question?
Two affidavits. Yes. 55 and 56.
Yes.
Yeah, let's fly out.
Might need y'all all.
Oh, there it is, yeah, I'm looking at the wrong place.
You say 55 and 56?
Yeah, 55 and
Yeah, I
56
got
for
it.
Taylor.
I was just confused.
You know, when I-
We
Sure,
sure.
130.
Yeah, we're on the 130. Push the 130.
Oh, 130. Oh, I was looking at this. Like, where's
No,
one
it's
thirty?
only 127.
I know,
And
but
can you
I,
imagine, before they went to this, we're doing paper.
Yeah, first year I was on it.
yeah.
We would get a stack of paper just fit for every single case. We didn't have this. We had to
This
go
is
through
so
all
much
the-
better.
Yes, on both sides.
Every single page.
Can you imagine the fee for carrying all that over?
It's ready.
When I was doing the first presentation for you guys, I was a little guilty about, can I get 10 copies?
That's not this.
You're on your own. It's like-
Yeah, right.
Oh, we are.
Well, we'll do 55 first. About page 6.
Have her scan or something.
Jackie, are we live?
No, you're good.
Okay, thanks. Mike, you're gonna do the after when we get to it? Yep. Okay. All right, so we are commencing a hearing on case number 2022-55, count number 69850. Holiday Beach, Mesquite Tree, lot 261, 262. This hearing is being recorded. Verify what is under protest.
The protest is other too much increase for 1 year. I don't see any other issues checked.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has a right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code, section 41.45H, all written material is soon to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with another person, with anyone about the protest, and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Ryder, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I've had nothing, so solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ron again, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Peggy Burke, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
All right, the district representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Okay, so Governor, the protest checked too much increase for 1 year. That infers value just with the statement next to the other. If you'll notice on their taxpayer evidence, what they did on their taxpayer evidence, they included a copy of their notice of appraised value and put 65% increase in, and then they did a question mark. Also with this, they put Monica Taylor of PO Box 2029. They said in care of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board, in care of Aransas County Appraisal District. They gave our address, the property ID in question 69850, and then the subject property under question. The increased values reflected on the 2020 notice of appraised values are such that they will lay an undue hardship on your citizenry in the form of taxation. Our budgets are already under duress due to the steep rises in cost of living, groceries, gas, building supplies, healthcare, insurance, etc. The lack of pay raises in more than 2 years in a one-income household. One might expect some increase, but increases of 35 to 65% within 1 year is appalling and an acceptable case in point.
As opposed to.
And then they give the property IDs 21720 total market values in 2021 is 76,400. 2022 is 108,220, 41.6% increase. Property ID 69850 total market value 11,500. 2022 19,000, 65% increase. Property ID 21720 shows that improvements went from 59,150 in 2021 to 79,720 in 2022. That's $20,570 in improvements. Exclamation point. I beg the question, what improvements? Question mark. I think you will agree that the attached photo actually shows that improvements are in fact needed, and that has been curtailed due to the skyrocketing prices of building supplies. Improvements as in structures in other areas must be addressed as ACAD has incorrect information on 21720. Road access, car, boat, porch. And so ACAD says paved, and then on car, boat, porch, 288 square feet, facts, dirt road with many potholes. And then it says no carport exists, see in the attached photo. Thank you for your deliberation and consideration, what is Taylor. And then there's a picture attached of the house, which is not the account that is currently under protest. We're doing the lot next to it. We're doing account number 69850. But there is a house attached in the evidence package and for your reference. The next thing is property owner's affidavit evidence 2022 addressed to Aransas County Appraisal District, Monica Taylor. It gives her address, her mailing address, and her phone number and things of that sort. Section 2 is 2887 Rustic Oak. which is, and it says, and 261 Post Oak Lane, Rockport, Texas, 832, Holiday Beach, Mesquite Tree, lots 286, 287, 288, and Holiday Beach, Mesquite Tree, lot 261, 262. Just for reference, the one that we're considering right now is the lot 261, 262. Under the reasons for protest, it says property description is incorrect. Other financial hardship, incorrect information on improvements, property 21720. The evidentiary material submitted with this, it says 4. Section 5, 35 to 65% increase within 1 year represents an undue hardship for taxation, especially at the time of this steep rise in the cost of living, no ability to pay, no pay raises, one income household. Property description for 21-720 shows car park one factor is none, and paved road access when house is on a dirt road with paved path. I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person or telephone conference or by video conference. This affidavit and its evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used if I do not appear here at the hearing. If I do not appear in person at the hearing. Signed by Monica Taylor on the 16th day of May. Therein lies the subject property owner's affidavit of evidence. The district's evidence can be seen in your tablet as well. What you have currently is 69850. That's the property in question. It's a vacant lot. On the second thing, you can see the property card. We have $19,000 worth of value. It's 10,000 square feet. You can see the unit price is $1.90 per square foot. The very next thing that you have is pictometry imagery. So I believe what you have, just so there's a little bit of reference here, is you have this account under question right now. The one we're about to hear is that one. So you have the house on one account and the back access on with the land. That's what we're currently doing right now.
We're doing the land.
We're doing the land account, right? So the comp sales, what are again the burden proof? Again, even though, let me just say this. I'm not going to give you counsel. You should absolutely ask for counsel because you're required to rule on the items that were presented under the protest. I believe that that's correct. So you should ask your counsel what's inferred or if there's anything inferred for future cases, how you should rule. Having said that, the fact that a person put 25% or 65% increase question mark infers value. So that's what our package is based on. That's what we're going to be putting. That's what we're going to be presenting today. Why are we putting the value at 19,000? That's essentially the question. Well, the reality is the market tells us to. Column number 1, you can see is also all of these are going to be in Holiday Beach. Palmetto Point is your first comp. It sold for 22,500. How does it compare with the subject? Exactly the same size. Sold for 22,500. Comp number 2 sold for 19,500. Again, the exact same size as the subject. Comp number 3, the exact same size as the subject, sold for 18,000. When you look at the weighted indicated value, you see 20,000 for the same size parcel. So really, we could have pushed all the way to $2 a square foot. We went to $1.90. The market value is well supported here, without question. The next thing that you'll see is the equity. So these are not necessarily sales, but how are we appraising other lots like this? Well, again, you can see that in here, we have a 10,000 square foot lot for the subject, 10,000, 10,000. What are these appraised at? 19,000, 19,000, 19,000. Go to the next. 10,000 square foot lot, 19,000. From an equity standpoint, it's identical to other, to similar comparables within the median market area. Behind that, you'll find a whole litany, several pages of sales ratio report, which has an indicated sales rate. Look, oh my goodness gracious.
I know, it's long, very good.
94 sales, robust,
Yeah.
to say nonetheless. And we have lots of information. You can see we're right at 1, we're at 101. for our overall weighted mean. We have lots of information indicating the value should be where it's at, and we also have an equitable approach from that standpoint. As far as undue hardship, when they check other, you'll remember that for Q1 and Q2, the burden of proof is on the district to prove market value and equity. For all other things, the burden of proof is on the citizen to make their case for any other thing that they're indicating. One of the things that they put in their affidavit was something about a carport or something about a paved road. I don't know. I can tell you that our evidence, there is no distinction between, out there between a paved and a non-paved road.
Next time you
You can see,
got the damn brain, please.
yeah, there's no, either one. It doesn't matter, like if it's paved or not paved. The market hasn't told us that there's a difference yet, so, but that's what we have. There's many areas in Holiday Beach that are paved, and many of them that just have that hard packed, bleach, yeah, underlayment. I will affirm to you that these are the hard packed, they're not paved. Having said that, there's lots of evidence that's out there that still supports evaluation. That's all we got.
This one I don't see evidence.
No, I don't.
Or changing behavior. Okay.
Right, on case ID 22-55, in relation to define other, showing the value of property, 19,000, is all supported.
I'll second.
Seconded by Ron.
Do you want to account for the checkbox and like, do you want to say, I mean, I'm not telling you what to do, I'm just saying that the one that was checked was other. It wasn't the one that you wanted to do.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything we need to do because there's no action aside from.
It's attributable to market value and equity. There's no other action than what you could take attributable to market value.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, there's nothing else we can do, and with respect to evidence, there was recognizing that the burden of proof is with the district for Q1 and Q2, and with the property owners with other, there was no other evidence. That would, yeah, yes, I agree. Okay. Yes, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So let's move on to case number 56. Opening the hearing on case ID 2022-56, account 21720, Holiday Beach, Mesquite Tree Lot 286, 87, and 88. This hearing is being recorded. And, yeah.
Other, too much increase.
Okay, I'll also note, just as a side here, that there's homestead exemption on this. All right, we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are for review of subjects. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about this protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. Scott Ryder, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.6.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.6.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Ronald Cannon, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
My name is Michael Soto, just someone for the testimony I shall present to the prison board that Aransas County Prison District is true and correct. Property owners affidavit of evidence. On the protest form, they indicated other too much increase for 1 year. On the protest form, they included their notice of appraised value. On the taxpayer evidence, they have on the first page, they have a copy of their notice of appraised value with some percentages increases from year to year. They talk about the structure value or improvement. They talk about the land value, and then there's 34%, 65%, total market value 41%, and then the appraised value 10%. It says what improvements, 20,570 questions. On the next page, you'll see a picture. It's upside down, but that's a picture of their house, and it says property ID 21720. Property owner's affidavit of evidence reads much the same as the last one. In fact, it's the same way. It's 287 Rustic Oak and 261 Plus Oak. Holiday Beach Mesquite Tree. That's 286, 287, 288. That's the one we're doing right now. And Holiday Beach Mesquite Tree 261, 262, which was the one that just happened. Property description is correct, financial hardship, incorrect information on improvements for 21,720. It says 35% increase with 1 year represents undue hardship in the form of taxation, especially in times of steep rises, cost of living, pay raises, when income household. Property description for ID 21720 says carport, but in fact there's none. And paved road access when the house is on a dirt road. I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person or telephone conference call or a video conference. This affidavit and evidence and or arguments submitted may be used in form may be used at the hearing if I do not appear in person. I'm on Taylor 16th. All right, so we are going to evidence, ACAD evidence. What we have is a valuation. Let's see, last sales price was 13, almost 15 years ago for $70,000. What we currently have on the value of the property now is $108,220. The property is homesteaded. It's only assessed at $84,040. Although what the ARB is considering today is the market value of $108,220. The burden of proof for both market and equity is on the district. The way that the affidavit was written, it implies value. That's the reason our evidence is surrounded around value and equity. You can see that we do have a house, we have a small storage and a small carport. The subject property owner indicated a carport on the property is gone. Let's on the next thing we have a imagery, a pictometry. So if we can get over to the, or is that pictometry?
Yeah, I did. I went ahead and moved it in.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, so let's see it from this other side. One more time. And this is where it would have been right in here, and I don't see it. So I see it like some sheds in the back, which we have, but I don't see the carport. So not a problem for us to remove that in the deliberation. Having said that, all of our grids are based with that on. You'll see that regardless of the fact of the $1,500, I think there's carport is $1,350. You'll see that our evidence well supports the value of the home. And our comp sales, these are other sales of other homes in the area. I do want to address that improvement is not an improvement to the property, it's just an improvement to the land, which means it's just structure value and the market reaction to the structure value. I wanted to make that distinguishing factor. Again, first comp is pretty good comp. It's actually smaller than the subject by half. You can see that it's the exact same class as the subject. It's newer than the subject by a goodly degree, but it sold for $120,000. The next one is also another class 3. It's an older property, it's 1989 effective age. Again, same class, smaller than the subject. It's newer from effective age, but it sold for $123 and change. And then your last one here is it's a little better in class. It is newer, but it is smaller than the subject. That one sold for $175. We're just taking sales in the area, and you can see that the market value that's indicated by the district well supports the value that we have on the subject property. So from a sales comparison approach, market value approach, the district's evidence proves solid. Equity is the other thing. How are we appraising this in reference to other properties here locally? These are not necessarily sales, but they are other things in the area. What we try to do here, we weren't restricted just to sales, so we went out and got just other houses. You can see that we also got 3 SSs. We got closer to the size. The very first comp is within like 40 square feet of the subject. It's also within 4 years of the effective age. You can see that we originally had that one at 106, 160. The difference being it's a little smaller in size of land. You can see there's a small adjustment there, but it's a really good comp. Comp number 2, much the same way. It's also the 3 SS plus. Again, it's very close in size to the subject. It's a little bit newer than the subject, but you can see that it supports the value as well. You have 2 other comps, comps 3 and 4. Again, they're both 3 SSs. They're both really close to the size. They're close to the effective age of the subject. They well support the valuation of the property. It shows you $119,000, which well supports the 108,220. Having said that, there's 94 sales in the sales ratio report that indicated a weighted mean, I think, of 101 in Holiday Beach. Having said that, my recommendation, after hearing the evidence that's provided by the affidavit by the property owner, we should absolutely take the value of 108,220 and remove the value of the carport. And we agree with the property owner that it's not there. That's all we got.
Use the value of the carport.
$1350, but you should understand that you have to do a little bit of math. Because the 1350, see, like the 39 is actually the market reaction to that is actually 79,000. So you would take that, you just, basically what you would do is what we would do is we would go into the account, remove the carport and let it tell us what the market value is. But again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you that's what I recommend.
So, yeah, right. So Jackie, can you weave your magic with a copy and remove the carport and let's get the value?
I'm sorry.
On the property. Yeah, there you go.
I know, it just wasn't letting me get in there for some reason.
Oh my gosh.
Calculate.
I'm sorry, Mike, it's huge on this, on,
You don't have to show it, just hit the calculate.
oh, okay.
Just hit it. Okay, and then get out of it and show us the print preview, I guess.
Hi.
Preview, appraisal card preview.
I can deal with Karen, but she needs scared.
No.
Hey, so. Here's the.
The new indicated value is $105,520. 105,520. That's the district's representation.
Know how much the RV park really is?
Yeah, it's removing, it goes from 108 to 105.
It's actually because there's 2% on the market reaction. It takes the 1350.
So this is actually what I do for a living, so.
2,700.
Do I have to deal with race?
Down.
We're
Yeah.
reducing the
From 108 to 105.
I hear you, man.
105, 520 is the district's recommendation. You can do what you
Yeah,
want.
put the square footage of it in the house area.
Agreed.
If you want to get down to technical, that's the square
I
footage.
agree.
All right, on case ID 22-6, count number 21720.
So it'd be really cool if we could homestead the rest.
25 others.
Reasonable request.
Agreed, that's move protest.
I just wanted to give that.
This. Therefore, finish the value of the property, 105.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed?
That's the survey.
Okay, the motion carries. While it doesn't make a big difference this year, I don't, is there any way that somebody could suggest that she combine these accounts so she gets the homestead? The other account.
That's 1703B.
We don't typically reach out. If they were here, we would say it.
Yeah, right.
If she watches online, we're affirming to you, Ms. Taylor, that you can do what's called a merge request. Part of the merge request, technicalities are that the ownership names have to be exactly in the same ownership, and that any lien holders would have to give their approval that you can do that. So those are a couple of caveats, but otherwise you can pull that in into one parcel, even though there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots. So Ms. Taylor, you could do that. This is a public meeting. This is our notice to her.
One more time. 1507.
Okay, that closes this hearing. Next, that's it? You agree?
Not for the day. We do have possibilities at 3 o'clock. That's it for the 1:30.
That was a very exciting response.
I know, I go, oh, that's it?
Oh, yeah.
Not yet, no, that's what I
Oh,
said,
I'm
we
sorry.
still have to come back.
Everybody's ready to go.
I know. You know, y'all, that bathroom is so big, you could put a couch in there.
That's what,
And a bed.
somebody said that.
Okay.
She's been in there for a long time.
Wake her up at 3:30.
Right.
Yeah,
Are we still public?
we're always through the entire time.
Well, no, I just have a question.
You can ask questions.
How can I check if I have a 65 and over?
What's your
on my
address?
property?
What's your?
What's your address?
Oh, my address is 97 in fast growing high tax elevation.
You know you got it, they can.
We do have it. It's
I
there.
do?
Mhm.
How long?
A while.
That it's been a while, probably. Can you look at roll history, tell her?
Well, it's
It's a UDI, right?
I'm sorry?
It's undivided interest.
Yes.
So then, whatever.
He doesn't have the homestead exemption.
Why?
Well, because he has a homestead somewhere else.
Are y'all a married couple?
No, we are living in sin. We are. For you.
Jackson, you're married.
You didn't.
I'm married,
For the
yeah.
record, you didn't have to say that to the public.
Well, why not? Hey, I'm over 65.
Absolutely, you can have it the way you have it.
No questions asked.
No. I think I'm blushing.
So I don't think
Blush.
she's used all her questions for the day.
Get her a couch.
All I
It's
want
done.
to know is if I had the 65.
You got it.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're good.
What do you think that your house is not?
Oh, my goodness.
Because my home's there. I have to sell a house, and I pay
assessed value is way lower than what it is.
Well, there's a couple, so there's a couple of different implications that go along with that. There are remodeling events that are, because a person has a homestead, they're over 65, if it's a primary residence, it allows for a person to maintain their own home without permitting process. So that's one of the caveats. I'll just start there, meaning that people can beautify their home without their knowledge. Or they could be their own general contractor. That could work to kind of do it themselves. They can go get shiplap and replace all their inside. They can, if they're handy with woodwork, they can do that. They can, you know, the reality is most of that stuff is permitted that we try to pick up. But if a person felt like, hey, this market value is not high enough for the purpose of reselling, then you would have the opportunity to have it appraised by the appraiser with the elements here. You have to hire someone. You would have to hire a fee appraiser, just like when you do the refinance. Exactly. You get that done prior to you selling the house. You submit that, say, I don't think your effective age on my house is enough, or I don't think you have my class right. And then there's the whole sticky part of, well, when does it do these things, and does that act free? Because, so it is a Pandora's box, as it were. You can absolutely. Right.
I'm looking at their going
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, there's no motivation for most people to do much or anything, because at the time of sale, you just say,
Yeah.
They must have went to
Seller. Sellers.
But he's got like.
Blah, blah. Blah, blah.
It's like that stain.
again, if, again, you're, a person who's trying to do that, if they wanted to say, I think my value is not X, I think it's Y, but then I don't want the potential buyer to say Z, you know, and say something less. So the only way to do that is independent appraisal by somebody else prior to.
Thank you.
I don't care what your appraisal said, my appraisal is this. This is what I'm asking.
Seller.
2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 3:30.
No, very rare. What you're talking
I'm
about
gonna
is
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at my appraisal, that's exactly right, that's exactly right. I looked at my appraisal the other day, and I was like, ooh. Yeah. We have a.
Really weird when you want it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to. My first set. You all want
Do it absolutely, page $500-$700.
Leave it or leave it?
Straight up.
Okay.
They're here.
Just like a leg on that.
That's an OD.
My wife takes care of the ditch.
Yeah, there's no motivation. The only motivation you have is to get it. You don't have to share it with the district at all. You just get it and you put it in your file. And when you're ready to sell it, you go, hey, you tell your loved ones, hey, hey, if we ever want to sell this, here's the appraisal. You know.
Something happened. Kids. But he won't see. It's just now.
That's the reason that you want to hit it.
So
And if
it's like-
you do it every 18 months, every year,
Exactly.
And he's
$500
taking
is worth it. If you're talking a $200,000 delta in your mind, maybe that number is really 175. I'm just making up numbers. Let's say it's 175. So you pay $500 a year for a decade. You spent $5,000 and you have peace of mind that you can, like, if anything, like you said, happen, that you would leave good information for your loved ones. Yeah, you just say, it's in this file, go look in that filing cabinet. Most recent one will be there.
Yeah.
You should ask at least. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just insurance.
So it's not a matter of, yes, you know.
No, it's,
Which is really weird.
I mean, I'm saying that there's, what the scenario that you put forth is super rare, that people actually do that. And usually there's a, I'll just say from my experience, the people that have done that, there's always a very,
Okay.
undefined,
I finished it before the end of the year.
motivation.
Probably some. I
Okay.
think in my case, yeah.
I'm saying in my case, when people have asked me to, it's
Oh,
usually,
and maybe it's.
when that, yeah, there's always a, like, that's, yeah, exactly. There's always a very, when you find out 3 months later, because you're like, I don't know about this.
But to
Like,
protect yourself, in my case.
Yeah, you put it in a file. You call up, you know who I'm talking about. There's some appraisers here in town. You call up a reputable appraiser and say, hey, I'd like this, my address. You're gonna pay 500, 750, whatever the going rate is now. And you pay it. Even if you did it for a decade straight, you spent $7,500 to get yourself around the $200,000 delta. It's a good peace of mind. Or even if you did it every couple of years, at least you have some data point.
It's like paint. And you carpet, it's so much more to your value when you selling property. I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, but you get more, you just invest a little bit more. Get it looking good and you get more at the end.
Oh, sure. In most cases, not so, some stay in the carpet and paint, so I hate that color, I hate that carpet. Not just.
Right, it's really, I used to sell real estate. People
I
are
used
crazy
to
when it comes to their money. Different animal comes out.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, they'll fight over $500 and they're making $500,000.
You know what, now, it's rare that you see something so under, yes.
That's true.
In some cases, by a lot. Multiple,
And multiple offers. That's,
how long it's gonna last, I don't know.
well, I think it
Time is
has to
direction it's going,
level.
if they want to do it longer.
It has to level. Yeah.
I think it's already slowed down a little.
It's not
Maybe
bad.
the secret deal with the longer
I
on.
think by September, you're gonna see a big swing. Because it's all kicking in, like the supplies, like truckers want to pay diesel prices. I think it's gonna really slow down. That's just my.
Well, right now you can't get it. I'm trying to watch it.
Windows are like 3 months out.
Yeah.
Our builders have told me, you know, they can't do it.
They're building a new house in Lamar Point Preserve. We waited, I'm on the HOA there, 18 weeks for the windows to come in on the first build. And they got 3 of them going in there.
I was really pleased with, well, we just contracted it out, but I was really, it was different kind of construction. It was commercial construction, so a lot simpler, you know.
At one time, you can't. I had my air conditioner, I had 2 big air conditioners. That was 2 weeks old. And the only one they had available, otherwise I would have had one for, I don't know. Crap out, they were able to fix it, but their point was, well, the product's shade, my favorite washing machine, car, whatever. And they're building obsolescence, they're going to leave within a year or two.
Yeah, absolutely.
I went with Allen AC on the last AC complete change out. It's lifetime warranty for now. Allen air conditioning. And it's a lifetime. Once you replace it, you won't pay another dime. If it breaks every day, he's out there working.
You're welcome. I have a warranty, but I don't have a year. Not lifetime.
It's lifetime.
Where they located?
Right, well, kind
His
of-
office is right down here. He's the owner of the Sears building up there.
What company is it?
Allen air conditioning. I can give you his number.
No, I already have.
You may keep it out.
Waiting for them to come.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was surprised me when he said lifetime one.
Yeah, but you know what? They find out and then.
Oh, okay.
But his labor rates
Oh, you're
are around about 6 or 8 grand.
I think things are gonna slow down, especially in this area, simply because so many of the people who are buying here right now live somewhere else. And with the gas prices up, it's not going to be as, they're just not gonna spend that money. Around here. Yeah.
I talked to my realtor and she said that most are buying them sight unseen on the internet. And if they buy something in Peel Acre that's an older house, knock it down, build a brand new one. That's,
I've had a couple recently sell silence.
right, exactly.
Yeah, well, but they're mostly, well, in some cases, they're primary homes, but in most cases, for instance, I feel like with a multi-million dollar. home, they're pretty much having homes, second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's happening in my neighborhood too now. It's starting to happen.
You are aware, you're not.
It's crazy. out there. And it's so fast.
They size us, they actually.
Close to it.
How about the raw land?
It's
Thousands of thousands of people.
Yeah, it's.
Well, you could see the sales on that one, they had 94 sales from that raw land out there.
Yes. And I was telling Raymond that price that is assessed at. You get
It's going crazy out there.
You
Who would
know
have
what,
thought
because
it,
the.
5 years ago?
Affordable.
Because
That's
it's
one of
the
reasons.
only, yes,
And
the
it's
only
available.
available lots here.
Everything on this
Since
side,
August.
everything on this side of the causeway is basically high dollar income. They have to start venturing. A little more. And the prices are low. When he told that one lady that had 2 lots, I looked at those 2 lots and made offer. I know the lots she had.
Is that right?
And the value's there, you know, I don't care if it's got 4 acres behind it. I tried to buy that, but there, 4 acres, they want close to 7. That's what they're asking, but it's going
Plus,
on.
there's no water, so.
But the mud district is right across the street from, they could get it if they would go to the meeting and sit down.
Aren't the mud houses out here way higher than here?
No, because
I don't think
I know,
so.
like it's.
Now you have to pay,
Boardwalk to St. Charles Bay, so.
yeah, you have to pay the tap fee and impact fee for the water, that's 12.5. You put in a well, you're at $12,000. The sewer is another $10,000 for a septic system. The sewer is worth it, you know? And that impact fee is the sewer tap fees. And so, you know, if you can get in the mud district, it's a lot cheaper than having to build a well to a septic system, you know?
But I thought, from what I heard, is St. Charles Bay. Properties out there, is much restricted in the treasure.
I don't know if there's two different mud districts out there. There's Aransas, number one, and that's the one on there. There's another one over towards the state park here. That's the way I
I think that's the one.
And that's, I don't know about that. But I've been to the meetings of the Mud One, there on 8th Street. And I know they're raised because of the property they're selling up there at Lamar Point. I know if they went to the board, they could probably get it, service. I don't know, I would say so.
There's still a lot of vacant land.
We're selling, we're sold 3 this month. I'm the property manager of Lamar Point.
I saw a couple houses. You're a couple numbers.
We got 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 under construction right now.
Now they're all different builders.
3 of them are from the same builder, which are on river.com. They've got them listed for starting at 448. 2 of them that are being built by J.R. Gifford.
I know.
And real nice guy, and he's building those. Yes, he's doing a great job. And those are in phase 2. That's further in the back. And that's where we've got about 91 or 92 lots there in the back. We've sold about 60. Yeah, I know, but hold that thought.
Yes.
Because Seaside Loop gets 35. At 35, if you're coming out of that Lamar Point, and Seaside Loop comes in at 35. There's 12 acres over here to the left. It is just sold. We have heard that there was a convenience / truck stop going in. It's back on the market now, so it's going through.
Process thing too.
7. That's the property on the right is just sold. And I know that for a fact. It's 1.6 acres.
And you know
The white fences are.
In the law.
In the law, and where Seaside Loop is 35. Yeah, that's all. The north side, yeah.
I don't know.
Dollar General, Dairy Queen, if somebody wants.
Yes.
Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen we did, we ride it off cart.
Yeah.
I know this, I call this the food in Walmart, Dollar General. I will go get some milk, eggs.
She's only one. And she and she never goes to HEB. Oh, she does Dollar General like all the time.
They don't have all that.
Yeah. Yeah, almost everything.
Some, yeah, they really do.
Quick in, quick out.
Yeah.
Well, I would type over with that little general out there, the Dollar General.
Dollar General and
Dollar Tree, I love it, you can see this
Tom
line
Oli's
right
got a
down.
combination of Dollar General, Dollar Tree.
And there's a new restaurant. that
I
just
hate to
opened
go
up
to
there.
HEB. I'll shop,
Really?
I'll shop.
Yeah, oh,
Make my
it's
order
good.
online.
Hamburgers and steaks and things like that. Just across the street from.
HEB, we see, I live in Albany, the Dollar General, they want to. I don't think
But you
so.
can put Dairy Queen, Dollar General.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
I have to go to HEB.
But my husband loves to go shopping, so I'll
Me
give him a
too.
list. Here you
Yeah,
go.
my husband
I
used to
love to
buy
go to HEB.
Oh, well, you'll see Tom in there.
Well,
You're supposed to go this
I'm
afternoon.
I'm retired.
Well, you retired HEB,
I
yeah,
have to.
keep your pension going.
I retired, I was over the Gulf Coast. I handled all the real estate. I lived in, we did everything online. In the last, since Harvey. So we would travel, but sometimes I'd have, at times I would have to go over to Del Rio or out to the Browns.
Wow.
It's a terrific company to work for, terrific benefits, and even if you're retired, you still get the discount benefits.
Years ago.
Edna, you said,
My place longer.
Yeah.
where was this, Kathy? Where was this? Edna?
I'm sorry?
What did you say, you were in Edna?
No, I was in Dallas.
Oh, Dallas, oh, I'm sorry.
Headhunter.
HEB is just right behind us.
People, you just call them up and say, well, do that, okay, blah, blah. It's really nice salary, great. Nice salary jobs, but you just have to mention HEB, and it's like in the grocery business.
I was well taken care of.
Wow.
It's a great company to work
It is,
for.
I know.
Well, I just have never liked to grocery shop,
Yes.
even when I had a family.
Howard, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Charles is the senior, but he's not doing well, last I heard.
So is there any family members still involved? Any family
Oh,
members?
yeah,
still?
Howard is in charge.
So they have,
It's a private.
Privately held, but we were owners. And so we had a stock amount, but that stock never leaves the company. When I retired, they cashed me.
Oh, so you can't hold on.
You cannot hold on to it. You know, it stays with you as long as you're employed. You know?
so what's their retirement?
Really, there's no retirement plan. They have the 401.
Do they match? What do they match?
Oh, yeah, they match $1.60 for every dollar.
That's pretty good.
You know, up to 4 or 5%,
That's good.
you know.
Pay yourself first.
And when I retired, I keep the discounts. The discount card is it's like a credit card. You swipe it,
What's your
it's
discount?
10%.
10%?
10% of your gross.
Big savings.
It's a big savings. I mean,
Does that include your
You can
gas?
actually buy meat.
No gas. But that 10% on hires equals out to about $1,000 a year.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because they run, you can pull it up on the internet. And it's a great deal, you know? And then they give you paid up life insurance. The day you retire, you got
No
life
way.
insurance. Yes.
Now that to me is the best thing of all.
And they send you the form.
Yeah.
I've got it in the file, and I said, if I die, when I die, send this in. And they'll write you a check. It's a great.
You know, it's amazing that they had a state file.
Mhm.
Because they grew, I mean, back when I was working with them, they didn't have enough stores they have today, but they've never really grown into like the Dallas ones.
It is now.
Starting to.
It's going now.
Yeah, they got more outlets up there.
But they own property all over the United States. All over the United States, they own property.
So one day it'll be.
And those options are available. And you'd be surprised in these small towns in Texas, property they own.
Why aren't they developing stores?
They're mainly developing along the I-35 corridor between San Antonio and Dallas.
Not in a small town like Walmart.
Not really. No, not really.
I know like Walmart's goal is always that. Store, that was one of mine right now. Store in 100 miles. It wasn't a lot.
They've been slow, quietly closing out some like.
Yeah, we've got,
The smaller stores.
we got like 58 stores in Mexico.
Stores now, so.
I love
About
it.
58 stores in Mexico.
HEB Plus is great. I like to go in HEB Plus.
We opened.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Like to, just like to, you know, look around at all the different things. It's, yeah.
180,000 square feet.
I have not been to Central Market.
It's totally different. It's a total.
We had a central market here.
They have,
I might even start shopping
it's a total, it's actually a separate.
at that same time.
Yeah.
It's got separate. It's got the central markets, one in San Antonio, one in Austin. There's 2 or 3 in Dallas. It's, they've got their own hierarchy, they've got everything, their own.
Sometimes you see in HEB store things, something like a label on.
Same, it's HEB.
Yeah.
Just a higher,
Oh.
it's a
Those stores.
higher quality style. You know, it's the premium of that.
Ever been in one?
I don't think so.
But they
I'm
have full,
telling you, you could live in there.
they could,
It's huge.
full kitchens, I mean.
Yes, and
You
they're
won't
always,
go hungry.
they're preparing, you could have lunch there.
For free.
For free, yes.
You should just go from one thing to the next.
Tasting.
My daughter used to live in Pearland before before she lived in Houston proper. And they had an HEB plus, and when I go visit her, I just go
That's
next
the next
door.
closest thing to something.
Yeah,
Plus, they had the wine, always bring samples out.
right.
Yeah, you can eat your way around the store.
Yes.
You could.
But see, I'm surprised they aren't. Having been to Dallas, or the fact that Aransas is so different.
And the reason they didn't yet is because of the manufacturing. Closest manufacturing is Temple.
Yeah.
And that transportation of that product to Dallas.
It's not that long.
And I-35 is
It was a
a
nightmare. I know.
to get the stuff, the product there. That was the reason, but something happened and now they're going into there. Frisco's getting one, should open.
Well, that whole corridor up there, Frisco, I mean, they're Dallas ruined to Plano, Plano ruined to Frisco and Oklahoma. It's like bam, bam, bam. When I first moved there, you couldn't, the tollway didn't even go hard past my house and whatnot. Now it goes like all the way. Amazing, it's amazing how that's going on.
That's how they got all the Houston locations, because they bought out all the old Alberts
Yeah.
that they closed. They closed the bundle.
Now, where my daughter lives, she lives in the Heights in Houston. And they have a 2-story HEB
Really?
in the
I
Heights.
didn't know there was.
Is that downtown?
Yeah, close to, it,
Yeah, that's
yeah, in
downtown.
that vicinity.
It's 2-story.
It's
How do you
2-story.
wheel your?
There's a 2-story in San
There's a
Antonio.
parking lot upstairs. You go upstairs and then you could just,
Up,
they have like an elevator or, yeah.
It's not an
Is that
escalator.
because of space or this? Space.
Space constraints.
Yeah.
In downtown. And it's not central downtown, it's kind of.
Yeah, it's,
out
yeah,
there.
but it's closer to downtown because that's where Chris lives.
And they call them not escalators, but travelators.
Yeah.
You can put the card on it and it'll take you in the card.
Okay.
It's neat. It's so neat.
That'd be fun.
Because I don't like to really drive around Houston that much. Yeah, yeah, I
Something
enjoy it.
different to do.
There's some places that could do that.
Yeah.
We went. I used to travel a lot and I went to the new Salt Lake City airport. First time through was November of 2020. Yeah, 2020. And it is the worst layout I've ever seen in my life.
Salt Lake City.
Yeah, it's a new airport too. They've just been open about 3 months. And they have, it's kind of like Atlanta or Dallas Fort Worth.
That is the worst.
They have a terminal B and a terminal A. And you go, down and underneath the runway or the taxiway back up. No moving sidewalks, no. No, it was awful. It was awful. And you figure, a lot of these folks that are coming in, you're just.
Being a new one, you'd think it's.
They would
Yeah.
put that in.
Okay, so then we, we walked for 20-25 minutes to get to baggage. Now baggage claim, and this is another stupid thing, is on the 2nd floor. All the parking, all the parking, all the pickup and stuff is on the 1st floor. Why the hell would you put baggage claim on the
So we
2nd
gotta
floor?
take them from the plane, throw them on an elevator and get them up to the next one.
Well, I mean, I guess when they, when they unload them from the plane, they put them on those, they come up over, onto the turnaround things. But it's just, so you get your bags and you gotta go down an elevator or an escalator to get out. It's just
I
nuts.
think the best airport in the world to get around it is Dallas.
Yeah,
Dallas is wonderful.
Yeah.
I went in left field in hobby more than I've gone in the bigger international.
Left field is really small.
I would fly to Phoenix every 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's only, used to be on the southwest, I think. There's a couple of airports. And that was the Dallas airport.
Was originally.
so the other airport that drives me batty every time I used to go through it, and I lived in Austin before we got here, was the Austin airport, the new one.
The new one, I've never been in, I was in the old one.
Okay, so you got, I'm sorry, Berkeley? Yeah, that's the new one that I'm thinking about, okay? So you got the terminal here, and you got the parking lots, okay? And they've got shuttle buses. that take you from the parking lot to the terminal and back. All right, so the bozos that laid this thing out you come out of the terminal, and the shuttle bus goes around the parking lot, comes in on this side, goes across, picks people up, then goes around the parking lot to go back up to it, all right? What do you mean to the other one? Same thing. Same thing. Around, all the way around, comes in this side. Yeah. And the thing is they've got the lane that goes across the parking lot. They've got little cabanas cabanas that you can sit under when it rains and stuff like that. But they're on the right side of the road. So you say, it would save you twice of gas if they were to just say, you go out and in, out and in. And then but the problem, if they were to do that, if they were to change it, is all of the shuttle buses are now the doors on the shuttle buses on the wrong side of the street. So you get some.
There aren't that many airlines that fly in there.
Oh, no, Austin's got a lot. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, they do.
A lot of them, when they moved it out to Berkeley, really.
Yeah.
But you can't fly from Florida.
You cannot, no, not on American.
You can only go to Dallas.
Right. Yeah, the only thing from corporate, I don't even know if Southwest probably does.
Now, of course, it's to go to San Antonio, you still have to go to Houston or Dallas.
Yeah.
When you get back there, you can't go direct.
Used to, Delta used to have some, and used to be able to go, Delta to Atlanta. Directly. But now, and since Austin's an international airport, they've got British Airways flies in there. They've got the.
They must go someplace else before they go. And they couldn't do like England.
Oh, yes, no.
I think so.
Yeah.
Really?
I think so.
I would think they'd have to go to Dallas or Houston and then shuttle over to.
The general manager here at this Rockport HEB, he goes to England all the time to see his folks. And he'll fly into Austin. I don't think they go direct. I think it goes to New York. And but he has to drive.
But we used to go out to Wendover, Nevada a lot to go gambling. And the casinos there, Wendover is on the eastern.
It's eastern. The weather's festival.
Yes, it's eastern Nevada, western Utah border. So it's on the east side of Nevada. And the only thing there is casinos. Used to be an airport base. In fact, the planes that armed Hiroshima in World War II staged out of Wendover. Yeah. But then, with all the base closures, they gave the airport to, cities or whatever. So the only thing in Wendover are, I think there's 6 casinos. So the casinos had a really big flight program, charter flights. And when I was talking to them a while ago, it was a huge contract, $30 million a year. But they would fly out of all these little places, Corpus, Harlingen, down the valley, Temple,
I think they do Victoria. Yeah, Victoria.
They might. And their flights, with whoever they contract with to do the charter flights would, they had one plane devoted to Wendover. So they would be someplace, they would pick people up and then take them to Wendover. And then the next morning, take a group from Wendover to some other place, and then head down to the next place where they're picking people up. So, I don't know why I was talking about Wendover, but so the airport had had at Wendover, even though it was an Air Force base,
Oh.
they didn't, their runways were not quite long enough to support, and Corpus is probably as far east as they would go for their charter flights. And they were not quite long enough to allow them to take on a full load of fuel and make it directly from Wendover to Corpus. So we, and similarly going out. So we always had to stop someplace. So coming back from Wendover, we usually stop in Amarillo, they take on fuel, and then going out to last bunch of times, they would go to Austin. And what's the new Airbus 380? That's the big one, double decker. But I remember coming in, we flew into Austin to get gas, pull up to the terminal, and we were parked right next to a British Airways 380. I'm pretty sure it's an Airbus 380.
So there's this little.
Yeah,
plane in it.
exactly. I mean, it was huge plane.
Especially when you're in, 2 feet off the ground.
But the flight program, they were running 737s. So while it wasn't a huge plane, it still wasn't as big as a 380. But anyway, with COVID, they quit the flight program. And they're not, they probably won't start up until, they're saying maybe the end of 2022. Because they're really waiting for things to settle down. So that's how we ended up going to Salt Lake, because they started sending us deals, because we've been so many times we're getting comp trips and stuff. And they started sending us this deal where they would pay us $400, reimburse $400 for airfare, as well as, and then pick us up from Salt Lake City, which is 120 miles from Salt Lake City to Wendover. And they pick us up, limo or SUV or whatever, and take us all the way over to Wendover, and then take us back.
Wendover must be halfway up between Utah and.
About 80 miles from Salt Lake City, so it's kind of
Okay,
southwest of Salt Lake City. Pretty sure.
Because I used to go to the speech. Appreciate you saying short.
Okay.
So impressed with you.
Pretty area. This is right on the edge of the Salt Flats.
It's still there, it's still one.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it's pretty good hotels there.
In Wendover?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's
I never been there, I've been to Vegas a thousand times.
yeah, I don't know the name of the conglomerate, but Montego Bay, Rainbow, and Peppermill may be the parent company that runs at least three hotels together, hotel casinos, and then there are three other places.
They have shows there and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Isn't Peppermill, wasn't that a restaurant chain?
Don't know.
Sounds familiar.
But I liked it because I'm not a big fan. My wife loves it. She's big on the slot machines. I mean, she just goes and zones out. So I'll go because I can veg out, and all the food is comped, and we got more money built up at comps that we could spend. We live there. All right. And I play blackjack, so I enjoy playing blackjack.
I do too. I love.
But I've never gotten into any other table games.
I used to play craps.
Yeah, I don't know how to play craps or roulette or anything.
Let's sure, that's one.
So big roulette is total.
It's a total luck, that's all.
Oh, I know.
I've won money on roulette.
I have to,
I
but
like,
it's total.
what did I just say? I played,
Craps. I used to play the slots all the time. I loved it. I was like, your wife. But then Tom liked to play 21, and it was, I was here and he was there, and I wanted to be with him, and he didn't like the slots. And I said, I think I can do this, and so I've gotten really hooked on it. I
The
love it.
problem is that, remember, years and years ago, the slots were diamonds and hearts. And
Yeah, right, right.
so you could understand.
Yeah, now it's video games.
Yeah.
We needed for an hour before we figured out, and then it used to be 3/4, now it's 5. The dollar machine used to be $3, now it's 6 or 7.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
$3 less than $3 a pool
Oh, it's ridiculous.
on the dollar
Plus
shop.
you gotta figure out
Cause I go for years.
how to play.
Well,
Okay.
and you know,
But you
even
win
if
and
you
you
play,
have no idea why you're winning.
like the penny slots,
That is used to be fun.
it used to be fun, but now by the time you play it all, you spend $5, so you might as well play $5 slots over $1
My
slots.
mom will sit at the penny slot all day.
I used to be able to, but not anymore.
Pennies and nickels, those are my favorite.
My wife-
Because I never win, so
Yeah.
you know.
She-
after about an
My
hour,
wife
I
has a
sit
system.
down, yeah.
And I've never seen somebody so, when I say system, so organized. She keeps track of the number of spins that she does.
Really?
Oh my
And if
God.
she hits, I don't know, if
Yeah.
it's- she'll give a machine 25 rolls. And if she hasn't won anything, then she'll lose.
Yeah.
But then when she wins something, she takes the money out and puts it in,
Yeah.
this pocket, all right?
Oh,
Takes
my friend who
takes
does
money
that.
out of that pocket to put more in and,
And that right one's empty, she's done.
yeah.
Well, that's what
wish.
I do that with blackjack. When I play, and I have a certain amount of money, and I keep that amount of money on the table, but I put my winnings aside because that's just how I don't want to lose too much more, so. Tom, on the other hand, he's always digging in his pocket for money.
I would play the slots and my wife was behind me. And if I hit a winner, she'd reach down there and grab the money, put it in her pocket, but we had money at the end of the night.
Well,
Yeah.
they're never good.
I thought it was fun. There was money, you know.
Yeah, real money.
I
real
know,
money,
now
yeah.
it says
Hands black.
And you could walk in and tell if they were paying off, just by listening to the dollars hitting. you
Yeah.
know?
I
Now
just-
you
I
can't-
think in Vegas, some of the downtown.
No, it's
old
tickets.
hotels
Yeah.
Still do
have
that?
The old
Yeah.
slots, the old slots, the
Yeah.
money. Yeah, they don't.
I like pulling that hand.
We always do.
There's something about that, pulling that hand.
We walked in and if it was quiet, we didn't talk. Go to the next.
All the blackjack tables, except for one, all the blackjack tables in Wendover are single deck.
Really?
Yeah.
That's count cards. if there's-
Well, and with single deck, counting cards really doesn't help.
No.
Because there aren't enough cards to
Yeah.
really
Right, yeah.
make a big difference.
You know, in,
Or triple or sometimes like 6.
yeah, in Deadwood, South Dakota, it's like that. We went in South Deadwood and it's single deck and you count your own.
Yeah.
They
Well,
make you
they
count.
also have a side bet, which they call the Royal Match. And so, you play regular blackjack, but then there's also another bet you can place along with your regular bet.
Mhm.
And it's minimum of $1. But if the first two cards you get are the same suit, doesn't matter what the denomination, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, whatever, it pays 3-1.
Yeah.
And if you get the king and queen of the same suit, it pays 10-1.
They do those on cruise ships.
Do they?
Yeah.
I've never been on a cruise ship. You've done,
Happens
haven't
all
you?
the time.
Really?
I love cruises. We're going, taking a Mediterranean cruise in October. I don't remember what it is, but we're flying.
I always went out.
We're flying to Venice and then we cruise down to Greece. Yeah, so, but yeah, they do that on cruise ships. You don't win a lot on cruise ships, but it's fun.
First time I went to Vegas, these machines, like I said, are so wacko in here. You really have no idea what you're doing, just putting money in and seeing what happens.
Yeah.
And I won $2,000.
Wow.
Cash out.
Like, get out fast. Within 2 seconds, they were there with the W-2.
Oh,
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Definitely.
I put that one, I played with their.
That's another ripoff.
Now, we've been to Kickapoo, but they only bar table they have is Texas Hold'em. And you know,
See, I don't
All
I've
his
never played
slots.
poker either, so I don't even know.
But that was fun, just to, you know, Tom was so funny because we put in $20 in the nickel machine. And you know, you could play for a long time. And you know, it's really hard to calculate just how much you have because it goes so fast. And he says, well, when I get my $20 back, he said, I'm gonna quit. And I said, I think you got more than $20. He had like $100 in there
Yeah.
because, you know, you keep pushing that button. And I said, well, you won, yay.
And my wife loves to go to Louisiana.
Oh,
So they.
Kashad.
To Kashad quite often, and they have bus trips. right
Yeah.
there. That run out of Rockport.
Oh, do they?
Oh, yeah,
Rockport Tours.
Rockport Tours is a big one.
Yeah, it's-
7 hours, yeah. And that's the thing, I've never gone, and I can't imagine being on the bus for 7 hours.
It's not too bad. They break it up. They
Do they?
stop
Oh,
over
yeah,
at
they stop quite often.
Classics or
Yeah.
stop and then on the other, you know,
Yeah,
they
they
stop
stop.
because I've taken that trip as well. What I won't do again is take a bus trip from here to Grand Canyon. I did that. They did, yeah, they did it with Rockport Tours. That was on a bus a little too long.
That is a.
You
it's a long
took different,
trip.
you different stop, no, it's different stops, but it's still.
Someplace or the.
Yeah, you stayed, we went to Tombstone, Arizona, and then we went to some other places, and so we got to the Grand Canyon and spent, you know, a few days there. But that seemed a little long for me.
Most people do not realize.
That's true.
You know, it takes you forever to get in Florida. You go from the
Yeah.
very northern part of Florida to the southern tip, it's just as big as Texas.
Yeah, just about.
Oh, gosh, I'm in Florida.
Yes, there's
Oh,
this
now it's just 7
celebration
hours.
as you leave.
I
When you
used to
can,
fly a lot to LA, from Austin to LA. The American had a great flight out of Austin, it left at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I get to LA at 9 o'clock,
You know, time change, yeah.
and 9 o'clock in LA, and, you know, there's plenty of time to make it to the office that I was working at and have a full day, and then they had a 6 or 6:30 flight going back to Austin. So if I really wanted to, I could make it, you know, out and back in a day. Granted, it's a long day, but at the same time,
you got
do
home.
that. So it always tickled me, you know, you're flying from Austin to LA and you just pass El Paso and he says, oh, we're halfway there. LA.
When you're driving and you come out of Louisiana, you see that sign
Yeah.
that says El Paso, 800 and something miles. Oh, I'm glad I'm not going to El Paso.
And people always, they always ask me, you know, when there's a hurricane, like hurricane goes into East Texas or something like that. Did it take
Close
you?
by.
Yeah, right. You know,
Oh, 7
no,
miles.
No real estate inventory.
Oh, I know. Well, it's 7 hours from here to Louisiana where I
Yeah,
live, too,
yeah.
so it's a long trip, but I usually break it up. I stop in Houston, my daughter's, and then we drive the next day to Louisiana, because that's like a 4-hour trip, so. it's not too bad.
We used to-
Drive to Wisconsin in, how many weeks, in July, but, I never driven where to stop. I'm taking my, the only reason I'm driving is.
It used to be a pub, come on.
Are you kidding? Still
Did she
trying to
grow up?
Oh, nice.
And she's how old?
Oh, she must,
Oh my God.
those are beautiful
She's
dogs.
real.
9 months old. Yeah.
9 months.
She's about 50
Oh, the big
pounds.
feet has started.
I
Yeah.
got 2 5-month-old labs.
Oh, God.
Do you really?
I got her when she was 3 months.
They're my
You
son.
should have seen
Oh,
my arms.
why you?
But he hasn't taken them home yet.
Oh,
What's
where is
going
he?
on?
Does he live in Holiday Beach? Where does he
Holiday
live?
Beach East,
Oh, east, okay.
just right on St. Charles Loop West.
Okay.
Are you training your lab yourself?
I'm trying.
Are they training
You wanna come over and try one of my dog? I have a trainer, and she comes once a week. And,
Is she out of Rockport?
no, of course.
Did you give me her name?
Sure, she's wonderful.
I've been looking on the internet.
Oh, and she doesn't, they
Maybe
don't,
she could do you both on the same
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
The bids I've got is like $800 for 2 of them, for the 5 basics, and that's all, you know.
I'm not sure what she charged.
What are the
When I
basics?
started out. using-
Sit.
Sit, stay, no biting, no nipping.
No
They
jumping.
started out with a company in Portland called Sit.
I said,
They
I
used,
saw that.
they used the shot.
I don't like
My
that.
vet went bonkers.
I don't like that.
They immersed her, and she said, "Ooh, you gotta
No,
go to-
that wouldn't go at my
you don't
house.
need that." This is all treat oriented, no collars, no nothing.
Yeah, that's what I want. I looked at one in Corpus. and
Animal
he's
smart.
He's military, he trains the dogs, and he uses all that
Yeah.
praise and treat things, he does not use shot collars. But he's, for 2 dogs, it's 800, for 1, it's 5. That's for a 5 visit, 5 90-minute visits.
I pay, but 90 minutes is too long, you can't get the dog attention. 1 hour, my dog is like exhausted.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
She just stops for the drink. She's out.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah,
and-
poor thing.
yeah, no, she tried it and she's wonderful. I give you her also, it's Animal Smart is the company.
Animal Smart?
Animal Smart, it's online. You can check it out. They don't have an office or you don't go there to anything, they come to you. And then with your package, you get 6 lessons, if you want to do one. And then a year or a half year group lessons. So you bring the dog every other Saturday if you want to, do group lessons. And I'm really excited.
To what lessons?
Group lessons. Excited about this Saturday. Because it's in the beach. I know.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. Do you want here?
Oh, yeah.
And then she'll come to your house. That's what I want.
So is it this guy? Where's the law?
What? Go to here.
She's excellent.
Oh, I don't know where that one is.
Well, I mean, who signed it?
Her name's Shirley. I'll send you. her.
You have my phone number. Text it. Thank you. But they're.
That's what I'm looking at there.
They are a handful.
Well, they're puppies.
You said they're 5 months, 5 months?
5 months old, and he is about 62 pounds. She is 47.
Oh, this is, when was this?
Oh, his feet.
Yeah, when I bought her, I've seen her feet in the picture.
No, Quantum. Well, it is, no, this computer, totally online. No, I just. I hate it. Remember?
Oh, I kind of figured big, but she, maybe not, she not out.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Which is fairly small for Gold, she's just fine with me, so. But she's.
That's them in the truck taking a ride. They're
Oh, they're light, you got dark and light.
It's like
That's
in
the
yellow.
color of Gold.
Mhm.
She's beautiful. She looks just like her, she looks just like my Gold.
2022.
Their faces
Harris
are
County.
so-
Oh, yeah.
I love, yeah. I
The
love
expression
that. I
is,
know.
it's like.
Just very kind.
I think
When
he
they're
had
saying
it there
they are,
at
You just want to
21.
laugh.
Tom
Yeah.
knows those
You get
dogs.
that hang dog, well,
Yeah.
he's both there for them. They're big.
Oh, he had his homestead.
Huge.
You're saying, right?
He's a veterinarian, he's a retired veterinarian. He said that's the only dogs he's ever had. He had to put down his black lab, I guess about 6 months ago. Yeah.
Figuring out how to use a computer.
This is where you're not mine.
You can send them home.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Oh, she is.
just figured it out.
She's got that sweet look on her face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just seeing, there was another issue.
She's turning into that.
This is,
Is the training
She's
working
just getting
out
her
well?
second coat. It's, you know, it's only as good as you make it. The trainer's wonderful, but then you have to do all.
Do they leave you the documentation to?
So I have the whole thing online, but you know, it tells you all the training lessons, blah, blah, movies, whatever, they're great.
Movies, you said?
Well, it's a training
Oh, the training movie.
thing online, and, you know, it will tell you each training lesson, and then you can go back and say, okay, I want to go back and.
Yeah.
I'll be calling.
You know, or sit in, or whatever.
Where's the down?
I don't have one of
She
those.
just has the greatest.
That's why I have to do that.
manners.
You're wondering why I'm scanning through it, that's why.
That's what it.
You don't have a down button.
The dogs
And this
have-
thing is so
and the dogs
big.
will pay attention.
And you can't shrink it down to it's huge.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. They didn't see it.
Oh, she loves her.
Oh,
I didn't catch on.
gosh.
I don't have a down button. I was
What's
looking
your
for it.
dog's name?
Hello.
Oh,
Oh, Bella. She is a Bella.
Hello.
Bella.
She gets confuses everybody. But the funniest thing I did tell you, my neighbor across the street.
yeah, I was playing with it whenever you were doing one of these, and that's why you kept hearing that ding whenever I was doing that. Yeah, I did it.
We introduced them.
I couldn't figure it out.
together, so we could work the walk around.
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
And they just, when they first started playing together, they just decided they loved each other. So I.
Okay, that's okay.
Failing.
That's why you see it scrolling and I'm just skipping through a page.
She goes and sits
Oh,
on the board
Lord.
and she whines and cries.
So that very first one has everything,
That dog comes in.
Oh, okay.
just like.
Okay, got you.
So if you
Oh,
can just review it through here.
I'm gonna try
to
to
image
Yes,
it.
I
image
did.
it.
Yeah.
Space.
So you can try to image it.
Call my friend and say, you want to do failure?
Oh, no, it's there.
Oh, this is
See?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're going to-
You said your words.
Kind of weird.
They tell these two, you know.
Yeah, all of
load
it.
up, you know, that loads up on the golf cart. Oh, man, they're ready to go. On the golf cart.
Oh, maybe
To the
so.
restaurant and then-
Maybe so.
and
I
that-
don't know why.
So I know we had an issue before with that, and that's why we
The
always
whole
say,
back seat is all.
just get it to the desktop
I found they have to be able to see out.
I leave or
We
sit.
did that on the first couple of trips. And that
No,
had
and they'll-
issues.
they'll throw
Yes. Once they grew up where they could look at
out.
it, they would go from.
in person.
Okay,
But the golf cart helped that a lot.
Used to have one.
Tom used to have the dog's name. He named it. Named him Happy.
Whenever you're ready, I'll
He'd
go.
always say that. Happy, load
Get
up,
'em.
jump in the truck.
okay, you can go ahead and start. 3 o'clock, we're gonna start with case 2022-38. Yes, ma'am, 38. Hello, how are you?
Good.
You ready? Okay, we're gonna. We are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-38, account number 88199945.
Thank you.
Reserve at St. Charles Bay Villas, unit 103 and 6% common area. Okay, thank you. This hearing is being recorded. And we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Well, I do, but there's some things that get left out. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience during the hearing. The survey may be completed using the survey form. We have one here, which if you'd like to fill it out and leave it, that'd be great. Or you can take it with you and email it to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov, or take the survey online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey/ARB. And it's a voluntary survey. Those addresses will also be in the determination package, which will be sent to you after the hearing. You don't have to memorize what we say. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package that you'll receive by mail, after this hearing. In accordance with Texas Tax Code, section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I assume that you provided all the evidence that you're going to be using?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. In accordance with tax code section, the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Kathy Hockman, do solemnly swear that I have communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. We ask now to swear in.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Thomas Foxman.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm that testimony shall
Okay. Mr. Boston, do you hold a license or certificate with the Texas Appraisal Licensing Certification Board?
Oh, really?
Okay. It's just a question we have to ask. All right, there in front of you is the hearing procedure times. This is how we're going to be running the hearing. And there are two columns there. One is if you go first, or the other column is if the district goes first. You get to choose who you want to go first. It's up to you. You have to make a choice.
I'll go first. It's circumstances.
That's fine. That's perfect. That's fine.
You've got 5 minutes right now, and then you'll have some time.
Go ahead.
You're ready to go.
Yeah, so I sent 4 pieces of evidence you can look at. One's a letter. I don't know if you guys prepared in advance, it's shown up there, kind of essentially articulating my position. I'll talk about here in 5 minutes. And then really the other 3 items here are just to corroborate the letter, maybe the sequence of events that I'm going to talk about. So I don't never been into a protest before. I'm really not here to protest the assessed value. I'm here to protest extenuating circumstances that didn't afford the opportunity to protect an under homestead exemption. So I talked to the appraiser after I filed the protest. A very good conversation. He feels that's right. Again, I'm not arguing that. It's just I feel I missed out on the CAD due to what happened. So the extenuating circumstances. I purchased the property here in November of 2020. I had a home in Houston, Texas, Harris County, on Queen Anne's Road, which is listed here, that I put up for sale. Both my kids are out of college and all those things. And I had an offer fairly quickly. When I was down here, I came over and talked to the folks and to essentially file a homestead. And it was at that time
February or March is when I sent my letter that I was informed that I couldn't file for the homestead until I released the homestead in Harris County. And I wasn't aware of that because the homestead exemption falls under Texas code, not county code. It's just the counties I now know adjudicate homestead exemptions through the process, but so it was, nobody here did anything wrong, just informed me of the process. So I had a contract on the home, which I included in here. It was a quick close, so I gutted the property, moved, actually gave my son all my furniture. He was in the military serving up in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and therefore claimed this as my primary residence due to the fact there's nothing to live in Houston, almost by late January. I called Harris County after talking to your reps here, called Harris County Appraisal, and to no avail for several calls. Finally got through to someone. If you recall, this is kind of during the heat of COVID round 2, Delta variant. I think they were all working from home or what have you. And I was told that I couldn't release the exemption until the property was sold. I don't have the name of the individual.
I'm really sorry. Was that somebody from the other appraisal district?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's like Harris County, not here. Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
really
so
sorry.
no, your folks told me exactly what the statute calls for. So I went and worked on that in the first quarter of 2021. I was here full time because my house had no furniture, but I was informed I had to close on the home first. Later to find out that that was not the case. I could have claimed this is my primary residence and filed a form, which I've included as one of the pieces eventually. So I don't, in fairness to Harris County, I don't know that I was talking to the appraisal officer or maybe just a clerk that was working in the office, given they were probably working from home and 6 feet apart and all those things. So because that's what I was told, I lost the sale due to an easement issue that I was unaware of that occurred 7 years. I've closed in 14. The easement was part of a 2006 issue with the development and Centerpoint Energy. So it complicated what I was told because now I lost the sale. I had to settle an easement issue, and I didn't go through Harris County because they told me I had to get sold. Long story short, I eventually solved the thing with Harris County. That's the release letter in about August. Put the house up for sale again, got an offer and closed this past February. The last piece of evidence, if you keep flipping through, is actually the form I filed ultimately once the sale was closed with Harris County to release the homestead. And literally that's the information. You can keep going. There it is, a request to remove the residential homestead.
When was that filed, sir?
February 18th of 22. So if you scroll down, there's moved out of property is what I probably could have done in 2021, but didn't know about this form. And again, I thought it was a Texas run program for the exemptions because it's under Texas statutes. So the reason I put this in here is that I literally filed this the day I closed to the buyer. And then once I got confirmation it's released by going online and checking it, then the next day I filed to put my homestead here. So I didn't understand then that you have to delay a year. Had I not been told that I had to sell the property first, given that my initial contract, which is I think evidence piece 2, was to close in March 6th of 2021, I would have easily met the April 30th deadline to release it and be able to file down here. And so the last evidence is just showing you that as soon as I sold the property, I took care of the homestead, obviously in 22 and not 21. So
your time's up for right now,
Okay.
but you'll have a couple minutes later on.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So the district now has 2 minutes to cross-examination, 5 minutes for their presentation.
So in my cross-examination, there's a couple of things here. One, I want to make clear that there's Texas statutes and then there's Texas Property Tax Code ad valorem residence homestead application and the associated exemption. There's 2 different things. One is under the Texas code, and I don't remember the statute number, but then the other one has to do with homestead, which is 1126 of the Texas property tax code. They're two different things. We promulgate or we administer the exemption part of it. Like a person applies, they say, this is my primary residence, I'd like to apply for my Texas residence homestead, which is different than Texas residence under Texas tax code. They're just two different things. All we deal with is the exemption. I think Mr. Boston indicated or started with, what he's most concerned with is just the increase in value of the assessed value from 1 year to the next. The 10% cap, I think is what you referred to.
Yeah, had I been able to release Houston and file this as my primary residence, then I would have been capped at the value I stated. So,
well, yeah, plus 2%, but yeah, essentially that is correct. What I will say is that this form that he has, this request for removal exemption, homestead exemption, that's something that Harris CAD has already kind of put a document together. That's the last thing, it says right before that form. That's something that they do internally. We're not that fancy, but we do require, like, whenever somebody's moving from here to somewhere else, we always ask them to put it in writing. And this is essentially the same thing. We don't tell people they have to sell the thing. We just say, if you're not claiming this as your residence homestead, in the year that a person shows up and they say, hey, I don't want this anymore, they just have to put it in writing. And we actually put that in. We print a card immediately after we get that in writing, and we hand the card to the property owner as proof that it's no longer here. Like the homestead is no longer here. Like we circle the area that's blank, basically. There's a couple of things that are really hard for this case relating to Mr. Boston. One, it was an online protest, and I believe only Q1 and Q2 are eligible under an online protest, although I hear your plight. When I looked at this prior to, I was confused by the Q1, Q2, and it had something to do with the homestead, so I looked into it. And I process a lot of, I'm the chief, I process a lot of homestead exemptions, so I just wanted to see what the story was. And I confirmed to you that I looked at it just 5 minutes prior, and the application that I have on file talks for 22, and it was approved for 22. Much like Mr. Bosman said, I think he would have liked to have had it removed in 21 and applied it down here in 21. But even doing so, one of the things that I look for is residency on the first of any given year. Like, where are you on the first of any given year? One of the things that Mr. Bosman applied for or turned in with his application was just the driver's license. You may or may not know this, but you have to be a Texas resident. You can have just a Texas residence card, an ID, a state issue ID, but most people have a driver's license, and so they submit that. On the driver's license, that was April. That's a pretty late, for me, that doesn't give me a lot of comfort that they were there on the first. If they had one there on January or early February, then I have some, I have a better feeling about that. If I have something in the year, in the fall of the year that they apply, then I have great assurance that was the location that they claimed. One of the other checks that we do here internally is just like, I guess, Harris does, is they're making sure that you don't have one anywhere else. That's one of the checks that we do. I don't even know what to tell you as far as like, I'm sorry that you went through what you went through. Having said that, the only application that I have on file is the year 2022 for which I have applied that to the property. It's currently on the property. I think that what Mr. Bossman is indicating is that he would have liked to have had that in 21. As a matter of record, because we are an office of record, I do not have an application on file for the 21 year. If I had an application if I had an application in my hand for the 21 year, which we can do a supplement, what's called a supplement, I would do the same check. I would see if Mr. Bossman's homestead was in Harris County in the year 2021, and I'm telling you, I would probably deny it. The only other recourse that we have, Mr. Bossman, is to actually ask Harris County to do a supplement to remove the homestead in 2021. But again, it's a little bit dicey because I'm telling you, the driver's license that I have on file is in April. And the April issuance date is it's already 4 months into the year that you would be applying for. So I don't want to tell you to do that and you lose it for both places that year. You know, I don't want you to lose it in Harris CAD and actually remove it there, and then because when you do, there's going to be what's called a supplemental tax bill that would be generated for that property, you know, in that year. And I don't know what kind of caps you had or what kind of benefits you had for having the homestead there. I haven't done any of that research yet. Having said that, I took a lot of time to explain something that's really not in the protest, Q1 and Q2 in the protest. I'm going to go through those really quickly if I can. And I would say just as much time as you would need, and absolutely give as much time to Mr. Bossman. This is not a typical hearing. It's just a more complicated hearing. Yeah, in whatever time, we can stick to the timeline, but basically the two things in the protest you can see are comp sales. Indicated value is 657 that supports the 613 on the subject property. All of these are in the reserve area, all three comps. From an equity standpoint, these are not necessarily sales, but that equity grid shows 612, 780. Again, that shows just a minor reduction, but again, all of these are in the reserve as well. You can see that there is a small reduction from an equity standpoint warranted for the subject property. I can go into much more detail about the homestead exemption, but I wanted to get that in for our timeline.
Okay. Time is up anyway, so, we have 2 minutes for, rebuttal and cross-examination.
Yeah, so, I can't just, like I said before, I can't dispute, I'm not really here to dispute 613, I'm asking for extenuating circumstances, so the driver's license again, I think this wrong way, but everything we're talking about is government ran things, right? So, okay, so same thing with DMV. I know what happened there too. I travel a lot internationally, so my passport with global entry was coming up for renewal, and it's tied to that address, and they were shut down. They weren't processing, so I couldn't, and I could even, if it mattered, I could go prove that I actually found a woman in Seattle with the agency that processes global entry with passports, who confirmed I had 2 iterations of renewals and just said, I'm going to help you out, because no office was open for passport. So I couldn't change until I got the passport, because for business I had to travel. So, if I knew it was that important to do a driver's license, I could have done it any time, because I was living down here starting January 21. I ultimately changed it still before April 30th of 21, which is the deadline. So again, I understand I didn't need it.
Right.
I'm simply telling you, I easily could have if I hadn't been told you gotta wait till you sell it. And the address is just, again, it's 2 other government agencies that just, I had to hold that driver's license that I had for 20 years. I served in the military, so this Texas has been my home record. Until I got global entry reprocessed for international travel. And then the minute that was done, thankfully for finding a woman up in Seattle that was able to process it, from her home, then I went and got a new driver's license. So, and as you can see, that despite the timeline, because I didn't really understand that, it was done in 21 as well. I was moving towards making this the homestead well before April 30th, and could have, had I known the second section of that form that you used just said, I'm claiming this is my primary residence versus the one in Houston, which was the case, because there was no furniture. I literally owned this home and had to wait for center point. Very frustrating. I spent 6 months figuring out how to beat a gas line easement, and it took 1 day to fix it. After they finally came out, dug, and so I lost about 6 months just selling a home that was empty. But I fully understand it's not your issue. I'm not here to hold anybody. I mean, through the whole process, here up to the front, everything I was told was what the process was. Harris County didn't tell me the same. But anyway.
What I will say is Mr. Bossman is sworn under oath that he's giving you factual statements. I believe Mr. Bossman. Unfortunately, we're an office record. So the only thing I have in my hand is and I say it's in the system. What I have is an application for the 22 for which I've applied, meaning I've processed, I've approved his 22 application. The only way, and again, and you really have to do some research whether you could do it, because the last thing I would want you to do is to go ask for them to remove it. So I would want to have a conversation with you about your documents, that you would supplement your original application, saying, Mike, I didn't submit these, but I can prove that I was really a resident of this county on January 1 of 21. And then you and I would have an understanding that if you got it removed, it could show me that you have a supplement in the year of 21 for Harris CAD. I'm telling you that I can process that supplement here in 21. But there's a lot of hoops that you would have to jump through, and there's no guarantees because, again, you're working with another CAD at that point. And
right, with the one that gave me the bad information.
Well,
so
and
my concern there is, you mentioned, I would assume that would be the case if for some reason I found someone that would retroactively, as the term comes to mind, remove the homestead for 21 and then want to charge me whatever increment tax.
they absolutely would have.
It's going to end up going to the buyer, and I don't want to do that to somebody. To me, that's not right. Right. So that house I did finally sell, and that's why I got this, because I thought I had to wait. So on February 18th, when I closed, I filed on the same day, and I got it within about a week or two, brought it into your office, you probably sometime late February. But if there were supplemental taxes for 951 Queen Anne's in Houston, that's going to go to the buyer of the property, and that's not right.
Again, that's the reason
they might try it with me, but obviously it's property tax on the property, and they're going to be shown as the personal beneficiary. So then they'll get assessed.
That's the way,
and I don't want to do that.
Yes, sir. And I'm sure you are not aware of that. That's the reason I brought it to your attention so that you could understand the process. So, having heard all of Mr. Boston's appeal, I think that he, through no fault of his own, heard some information and was not able to get a 21 application here in a timely or filled fashion. There's really nothing for him to do if he's not willing to go through a supplement process, which I understand the reasoning. I applaud you for that. But there's nothing that I can do. I can't grant it. You can't have it in two places in one digital year. Having said that, Q1, Q2, there's a minor adjustment that's warranted. I absolutely agree with that warranted change.
Are you limited for closing if you like it, or not?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can say that all I'm trying to do is lower the basis for the cap. I understand it's there, and then I get the 10% cap, but it start from a higher assessed value than, in my opinion, it should be. That's it.
No, I've already said everything. That I think.
I don't.
ARB has findings to discuss. I will think very fortunate for you. Unfortunately, our position as ARB to make a determination against i.e. the regulations that may exist. We can't do that. So can do is the equity mention that students who start a district under $3,000 value by about $1,000. Because those are the things you invest in absolutely change your
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I can't see any other remedy for the situation.
All right, I feel bad for you. You did all the things that you know correct. We don't have the power to do that. And Nothing wrong with unless someone get sign or do something, whatever, that's beyond our capability.
So we can make $1,000 adjust lower, is what you're saying.
Yeah, 612.
612.
It's just frustrating that all of this was dealt with by what our taxpayer dollars go to. And you try and trust it, and then all this does is mean I pay higher taxes for getting wrong information. Again, not from Aransas.
We're sorry.
No one here did it wrong.
Was right, and
But,
we
you know,
don't
trying to
change that.
moderate all these things like dealing with the TSA on that issue that would have impacted the.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead with presentation now on account 2022 -30. So that's the ID number, account 88199945. Under protest was incorrect appraised market value, appraisal exceeded the market appraisal. Fine for the evidence presented by the district that system noted value of 613,230 should be lowered to 612,780.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Write a letter to your congressman.
Well, I'm unfortunately.
I feel bad for you.
Yeah.
And so I have
You
a
ready?
tax refund for 2020. It's not been processed yet. And Congress is the only place to go because IRS won't respond because they're so far behind.
I have the same thing from 2020.
Still not done. My 21's done,
My 21's done.
but
too.
2020 hasn't been
Yeah.
processed.
And you can't
It's
talk
a
anybody.
pretty substantial part of the sale, and
Mhm.
you know, congressmen, they're more worried about politics and
More worried about reelection.
Twitter and tweeting and
Yeah.
Elon Musk and
All that,
they're
all
not-
of,
I haven't seen them pull IRS in but one time in the last 18 months. So what do you do? You know,
It always makes me feel better when I'm.
What
I know you guys got a lot of stuff.
What I would say, Mr. Bossman, is that districts are not, I mean, we're not infallible for sure. You know, I feel sorry for that other district, giving you the information they did. We'll then always endeavor to give you the information in the best way that we can. And if you ever have any questions in the future about anything with property tax, and you really want to go down deep, just give me a side, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, I'm, you know, I've never owned 2 homes in Texas and I've been here for a long time, so it's never
come up before.
No, this is very unique, and then during a tough time for everybody as well, so. Yeah. I told you the truth and what's that?
Welcome to
I
Rockport.
love Rockport, it's great, my kids love it down here.
Great.
So, but I will remember this because I'm buying another lot.
Be careful.
I know, and I gotta
Right.
figure out what I'm doing with that whole thing. I'm not gonna build that yet, but now I know the timing of.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna be doing a switch potentially of homestead within the same county, so.
Yeah, and
That's it,
what's,
yeah.
what's important for you to recognize is that you need to have the structure complete and occupy it in the year prior than the year you want to apply.
Right.
So if timing's an issue, get it done right before the end of the year. If not, just pump the brakes and it doesn't matter because we won't have it enrolled. So just be careful.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
thanks for your service.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Do we have, is there anything else?
Is that it?
I don't think
Can
so.
you check with Beth or?
I'll go find it.
Okay. Yeah, they're pretty rare. There's something other than Q1. Yeah, it sounds like we really endeavored to try to do it the right way.
He really did. So many things happened. So much.
Copy of that?
No, we'll send you notice later.
I know, he's really
All right,
conscientious
good luck to you.
about
Thank you.
things.
All right.
there's a lot of people that will sell a house towards the end. They'll sell it last quarter, or last third, and they have substantial exemptions, you know, with, whether they're 100% disabled or single bed or over 65. And those things. And then they come back 3 or 4 months later and ask for those to be removed or because they labels. And we have to remove them. And that bill goes to that person they sold it.
Okay, that's all we have for today.
You sure, Beth? All right.
We're gonna adjourn, no, you're gonna adjourn it.
Yeah.
You gotta end the
Mr.
meeting.
Chairman.
You have something?
Scott.
You have to end the meeting.
I'll wait till.
Oh, yes, right, so entertain a motion to adjourn, please.